92% of households that start the year with Peloton are still active a year later.
92% because of a bike?
Not just bikes. We also make treadmills and rowers.
Oh, let me guess, for elite athletes only, right?
Nope. It doesn't matter if you're an avid exerciser or new to working out. Peloton can help you achieve your fitness goals. 92% stick with it. So can you. Try Peloton bikes, tread or row risk-free with a 30-day home trial. New members only. Not available in remote locations. See additional terms at onepeloton.com/home-trial.
Game over, man. Game over.
You're gonna need a bigger potion. Wow, so serious.
I am Iron Man.
This is a tasty burger.
Welcome to the InSession Film Podcast.
Welcome to part 2 of our 10th annual InSession Film Award show. This is episode 516 for January 9th, 2023, and I'm JD Duran.
And I'm Brendan Cassidy.
Thanks for joining us, everybody. Brendan, it is our top 10 movies of 2022. How you feeling?
10 movies? More like 30. I have a top 30 that I'm happy with, so I'm going to try and find a way to squeeze them all into 10.
Yeah,
it's possible.
We've talked about it many times before. Math is such an evil witch. It is certainly the antagonist of the top 10 show every year.
We say this every year. It's always a difficult list to compile. This year especially has been even harder for me for reasons I'll get to as we talk about the year as a whole. But this is going to be one of the loosest top 10 lists that I think I've ever put together.
Yeah, no, that's very fair. It was challenging for me as well. I have, as much as I love my top 20 and even 30, as you were talking about there, when it comes to the top 10 specifically, there are 3 others that I really want to squeeze into that 10th slot.
Same.
And thus, it has been a nightmare trying to figure out how to round out that 10. But I did come up with one, and it actually ties into part 1 of this year's InSession Film Award show, which I'll get to here shortly. But speaking of, go and listen to part 1 of the InSession Film Awards. It is up right now, available for you to listen to. Subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and everywhere you can listen to
all
podcasts.
4+ hours of it. Hey,
it was
shorter than last year.
We did better than last year, and that's all that anyone can ask for, right? We did better. We did
10
better.
minutes is not nothing.
It's not nothing, exactly. So go and check all of that out. It was a lot of fun, but as we've noted, we are now here for part 2, getting into our top 10 movies of the year. And once again, we are not alone in this venture. Joining us is the great Ryan McQuaid and Jay Ledbetter. Fellas, welcome back.
Thank you so much. I've taken my 5-hour energy. I'm ready to go.
Yeah.
And you know what? I think that's really great that we beat the last one by 10, because that allows us to go 10 minutes beyond on the top 10 episode.
Exactly.
So
we just got to make it up for it here.
That's not what it means. No, don't even do that. Come on. No, thank you guys for having us back. Part 2. This is always long enough, Jay.
Hopefully Brendan actually prepared for this episode.
You're going to find out why I'm not prepared.
Yeah. No, it's always a lot of fun getting to do this show, even though, of course, these lists always fluctuate. And by this time next year, I'm sure the list will look way different than they do now. But
that
still,
is true.
It's a fun exercise to do nonetheless.
That's true. 6 months later from last year, I was moving things around. And I have a completely...
Yeah, I think on a rewatch, Black Adam could crack the top.
Okay.
I think it's possible.
It depends on what top 10 you're talking about.
Well, what happened to Puss in Boots? I thought that was the film you were championing. That's what you were going for in part 1.
Hell yeah.
I thought we were excluding that because we didn't all want to have the same number.
Got you. Fair enough. Fair enough.
That's our
all
criteria.
Right. Well, with all of that laid out, it is time to get into our top 10 movies of the year. So without further ado, let's get into it.
And here we go.
పులికి పిలుకాడికి అలకి ఉరితాడుకి కదిలే కార్చిచ్చుకి కసిరే వడగళ్ళకి రవికి మేఘానికి చిత్రవిచిత్రం స్నేహానికి చాచిన హస్తం ప్రాణానికి ప్రాణం ఇస్తుందో తీస్తుందో
You're listening to the InSession Film Podcast. This is part 2 of episode 516. And before we get to our top 10 movies of 2022, let's talk about the year in general and what we thought about the year in film. Were there any themes that arose for you all? Any trends that perhaps you took notice of? What did you guys think? Well, start with you, Ryan. What did you think about film in 2022?
I think of one word in particular that really wraps up 2022, and that is the word linger. I think a lot of things lingered more than they have in the past for me. Things that, were emotional, things that were epic and large scale, things that I was questioning, things that I was trying to piece together by the end of my screening, things that I was like, man, do I really like that? Do I need to see it again? Do I have to question whether how great it is or not? What is my taste in cinema now? Like all these different things. And I also just think that this year has been like this great balance of, I wouldn't say like normalcy, because we're still dealing technically with the pandemic, but it feels like the first time in a long time that we've had a lot of great indie dramas and things on a smaller scale mixed in with these big, wonderful spectacles that go alongside those in a pre-pandemic sort of year. And we had a couple of those last year, and they made a bunch of our different lists. But I think this year you have so many of them, and that's why like audiences have come out and really responded to a lot of these bigger, more inventive, bombastic ideas on the big screen, as well as more intimate ideas. So I think when we look at our lists here and we start doing them, you're going to have a good mixture. And I think that that's kind of the best thing about a year like this. I also feel like a lot of it, per usual, is in the back half, but there's a lot of great stuff from the first half of the year as well. So overall, it's a pretty solid, pretty good year, I would say.
I think it's actually, as far as depth is concerned, I mean, I've got, like Brendan said, I got 30 movies I would love to talk about this year, which is has not been the case over the last couple of years, I would say. And additionally, I totally agree with Ryan. If you give me one word, I would say balance is really it, because I think about a year like 2020 where Ryan and I were just head over heels for Tenet. And I look back on it and it's like, did we love Tenet just because it's the only big movie that came out that year?
It's because it's really freaking good.
I mean, it is great, but also, I look at my top 30 now. There's a handful of movies that feel huge, and that wasn't the case for the last couple of years. And that's what I love so much about this year. I think we're gonna have some big movies, multiple big movies represented in our top 10s, and I'm very excited to talk about those because it was nice to not just give credit to those smaller independent films, which I'm sure we'll give some love to, but also these huge films, and also these kind of the movie that hardly exists anymore, that medium-sized, this costs $70 million, and we had a few of those this year, and $70 million movies for adults are here too. So it's like, it felt like a return to normal, which I enjoyed very, very much.
It's definitely an extension after what we experienced in 2021, which, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, I think when we talked about that theme for our last year's top 10 and award show, we talked a lot about how that Hollywood was trying to, I guess, rebuild the movies, rebuild the movie-going experience. And this is very much an extension of that, but the movies are grander, as you're saying. They're bigger. They're more familiar with things that we experience pre-pandemic, which is really exciting. So I think in those ways, I feel like 2022 was more of a singular cinematic year than something like 2021. I will admit, when I look at my top 10 list from 2021 as opposed to my current top 10 list now, I'm still more passionate about the films in my top 10 list from last year. But
That's interesting.
I think it's primarily an unfair comparison, though, because 2021 in actuality was kind of like 2 years slammed into one. So there were more to kind of pick and choose from there, with 2020 films that were delayed that then got re-released or released for the first time a year later. But 2022 felt more like a singular movie-going experience that was more familiar to something before COVID really affected the market in a lot of ways. And I think that was the theme. Big movies. We saw a lot of big movies again, and that was exciting to see. Spectacle, I think, is the word I would take away from this.
Absolutely. I very much do agree with that. In terms of spectacle and the bigger fare that we got from the studios this year, there was a lot to love. But I do think there was a little bit of a buildup over the course of the year, broadly speaking, heading into the fall season. And I believe we talked about this on the show, Brennan, that it was a little bit of a top-heavy year. There were certainly some great films from early on in the year, hands down, for sure. But I think overall it was lacking quite a bit. And even September was a little mixed. Then October hits, and things start to shift drastically, and then you get into November, and then we're off to the races.
This was definitely a more all-hands-on-deck kind of year.
Absolutely. November and December were absolutely insane. It felt like from week to week, you were getting 2 or 3 top-notch films, one after another.
Without going into it specifically, what percentage of your movies are like late year movies? Mine are like half.
Does it have to release then? Because I mean I didn't see all the films. Like,
I would say when it released. Sundance doesn't count.
Well, I was going to say,
release?
I went to a lot of these festivals in September and stuff like that.
Good for you. I mean, congratulations. Why don't you grab
I'm just saying is that I don't feel the bombardment at the end of the year sometimes like you guys do, and so it's a different it's a different kind of.
Us plebes.
Well, I mean,
Us normies. You
just had to have a kid, didn't you, Jay? No, I'm just kidding.
Shame on me.
Instead of going to a festival. No, I'm just kidding. No,
but if we are talking about, let's say, our top 20s, I'd say, it's probably close to half that splits between end of 2022 as opposed to maybe the first half of 2022. It might be more like 60-40 if we're getting a bit more specific.
My 10 through 20 is really heavy end of year.
It's 80-20 for me right now.
Yeah. If we're looking at it top 20 or even, as Brennan joked, top 30 of the year, then a lot of it, the numbers start to skew even further to the end of the year for me. For sure. And then the more I get into my honorable mentions and the films that I have, let's say, as 4 stars on Letterboxd, most of them, I'd say, were in the last 2 months.
I gave that grade out a lot in 2022.
Me too.
Probably more so than anything.
4
out of 5. That was sort of my go-to grade in a lot of ways. Which
I also
made it
gave
even
my
more...
first 5s of the decade. I gave 3 of them.
I didn't give any of them. Well, I gave one, but it was a movie that was tailor-made for me. Normally, I normally
give 2 a year.
I don't give 5s out.
I have 2.
I don't give 5s out. No, I don't do that.
I normally don't either. There are 2. My top 2 in time very soon. We'll definitely get that 5. But I have.
Come on, be true to yourself.
I need time. I need time as well. I need to separate from a year. My real attachment
time
to
is
some
my
of them.
truth.
And then, the rewatch too. Sometimes the rewatch for things, when I was doing a lot of the rewatches for this year, some things went up, some things went down. I mean, overall in my 20, it's pretty balanced. It's like, I think like 11 from the end of the year and 9 from the beginning of the year. But in my top 10, it's a little bit different because some movies from the beginning of the year moved down. Than what I remember. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I will say, Ryan, one word you used during your opening there was
going to
bring
that
linger.
up too. I was going to bring that up.
And that's something I noticed with me when I look at my 2021 films or my top 10 list and so on from last year. There were rewatches that I did, but nothing really like majorly changed for me when it came to those rewatches. But this year, I had a lot of the most rewarding movie-going experiences by rewatching movies I already really liked. There were many cases that I gave out 4 out of 5 star ratings on Letterboxd only for a rewatch to up that to 4.5 or something. And that happened a lot for me this year.
I remember having like in our text chain, I would be like, man, I've got so many movies to catch up on. I think, Brendan, it was you that said, I'm a lot less worried about checking out some movies that I haven't seen than rewatching some of the ones that I have.
Yeah.
Which is a very valid, opinion to have, because movies change and shift as you see them. And if you liked a movie, but you kept thinking about it, watching it again is maybe the best way to cement how you actually feel about it.
But honestly, I have to say, for all the fluctuating around of my list, my 1 through 5 stayed the same for probably the last 3 months. 3 or 4 months. So those were
mine did not.
Those were consistent, and everything else was like, let's just throw 95 movies and it feels like like an outrageous number in a bin and pick out what's left.
And this is why this is probably the loosest top 10 list I think I've ever put together for one of these shows. This is the one I am most anticipating will change in time. I look back at my 2021 list, the 10 I picked for that, even the order, I'm still happy with. I don't feel any change there, but I would not be surprised in maybe a few weeks something shifts here with my current 10 as it is for 2022.
I think about a movie that I have right now at 29. I'll spoil it. Crimes of the Future is not in my top 20. It is at 29. Okay. If I watch that movie again, it might be number 15. I mean, it's very possible. I've thought about that movie a lot. It's a good year.
It is a good year. And to that point, what you guys are talking about, and I noted this in the intro as well, that my 11, 12, and 13 might as well be 10 B, C, and D, because they're top 10 movies as far as I'm concerned, but math is what it is. And thinking about that in terms of the decade, I don't know how you guys feel, but this might be my favorite year of the 2020s so far.
I'm 100% with you.
I would agree with
that.
The
novel coronavirus really decimated the first 2 years of the decade.
To be fair,
I will say I would overall agree with that, JD, as far as the expansion of 2022 and the breadth that it had to offer, but I was also the one that was so passionate about Petite Maman from last year that I almost feel like I still need to give the edge to 2021 just for having that film. And I'll just say this right now, even a movie like The Worst Person in the World, if that were a film we'd count as 2022, it would be my number one. I'll just say that right now.
Okay.
It still wouldn't make my top 20 from last year.
Nobody's perfect.
Okay, well, with all of that out of the way, I think we can get to this list. But before we do, let's get to our first voicemail. As we did in part 1, we have some podcasters and friends that left us some messages with their favorite film of 2022. And let's first hear from the great Eric Anderson from Awards Watch. Eric, what was your favorite film of 2022?
I'm Eric Anderson from awardswatch.com, and my favorite film of 2002 is Charlotte Wells' stunning feature debut, After Sun. The semi-autobiographical story of a father and daughter is told through home video and fractured memories, and how transient those memories can be when we revisit them. It's quiet and observant, and one of the best shot and edited films of the year. Newcomer Frankie Corio is self-assured but never precocious, and Paul Mescal proved his brilliance in Normal People wasn't a fluke, as he gives my favorite performance of the year here as Callum, a young father barely holding himself together for the sake of his daughter. He's just transcendent. It's got the best ending of the year, and you'll never hear the song Under Pressure the same way again after this.
All right, thanks, Eric, for your pick there of After Sun. I'm sure it'll be mentioned as we go here. All right, let's get to our first selection, our number 10 movie of 2022. Ryan, kick us off, man.
It's just so nice not having to actually hear Eric's voice when we're doing this live. Sorry, I work with him enough.
We love you, Eric. We love you.
We do love you, yes.
So this was, like JD, like you said, it was very tough for me to try to figure out what I was going to put at number 10, because like my number 11 film that I ended up moving a couple of days ago to 11, I was really, really high on the rewatch. But I think of the conversation last night and the lingering quality of this movie, and seeing it on the big screen kind of helped it out. And so my number 10 is Edward Berger's All Quiet on the Western Front.
Nice.
Okay.
A movie that I was completely just like, oh God, like you were saying, Brendan, do we need another one of these? Another kind of best picture World War I movies? Yeah, we kind of do, because it kind of rules. You know, the from the opening sort of shots to then the opening sequences in the trenches to then what Jay was talking about in one of his best scenes of the year, which is this idea of this, you know, military clothing being passed down from one dead soldier to the next, almost like, you know, just an empty vessel into the despair of war. You mix in this film too with these gripping war sequences, of course, by Brendan's Best Actor winner, my Best Actor nominee, Felix Kemmerer, who's, you know, just
so good.
So good that the way you described it, Brendan, the mud on his face, just what he's giving you with almost like a wordless performance at time. I think it's truly fantastic. And then, of course, you juxtapose that in there with a lot of these political themes, the idea of war, the idea of the ramifications that it has, not just on these soldiers, but what it has on the country of Germany. This is a movie about the history of Germany and them having to deal with it. Berger's made that very, very clear. And so it makes the film strangely personal for being a remake. And that sound design and that tank sequence, my God, talk about what exactly you need to see from the movies this year. So All Quiet on the Western Front, one that I definitely was like, okay, I think I'm kind of kidding myself that my number 11 is actually my number 10. This one is the actual number 10.
Sure.
Me.
Yeah. I have a hunch. I don't know this for sure, but I have a hunch that both Jay and JD here are going to have more to say about it as this episode continues. I have this at number 17, so I'll just come out and say it just missed my top 10, but it is in my top 20. And this goes back to our conversation on movies that lingered with us, because at first I really liked this movie, but I was still very torn on the execution of those political scenes that do offer some thematic intrigue. And I'm still a little torn on them, but I have liked the movie more as time has gone on, and it now does sit in my top 20. I do think it is a very good film, and Felix Kemmerer, such a great, almost wordless performance, like you're saying, Ryan.
A great pick there. Brendan may or may not be right. Maybe I'll talk about it later. I don't know. Depends how I'm feeling in the moment. We'll see. But that'll bring us to my number 10, which let's go ahead and call it the J special. I expect that this will be the only time that this film is brought up this evening. But my number 10 is EO. The Donkey movie is my number 10 of the year.
Oh.
Jerzy Skolimowski is the director of this film, and I didn't know what to expect with this one. I knew some people had said it was this really... my impression of it going in was it's this really gentle movie about the life of a donkey. And in fact, it is not that at all. It is about humanity's complete disdain for and disinterest in the world around it. And it's a pretty devastating movie. It's this wonderfully expressionistic movie. And as I look at my list of the best films of the year, I think kind of my theme personally is films that have a really specific and defined point of view. And you want to talk about the most creative point of view of any movie this year? It's EO. You know, this is a film where we get donkey vision. This is a film where the main character is kind of a play on...
Oh my gosh. I want to start a band now and call it Donkey Vision.
This is a film where it's a play on so many of the fairy tales that we have become accustomed to over the last 60 or 70, however many years. I mean, at times it does kind of feel like this whimsical Disney movie, and at other times it feels like a descent into hell. It's an incredibly unique movie. I think it's an aesthetically beautiful movie, and just one of probably the most unique movie I've seen this year. And for some people, it's going to really put them off, and I don't blame them for that. But for me, in the moment between the incredibly expressionistic cinematography, the ability for the film to really make you feel for this kind of unknowable main character, and to just use that character as a representation of everything, if you want to put it broadly. I mean, I really think that's what this movie's kind of about. What a year for donkeys. Great year for donkeys. And of course, EO won my award for movie animal of the year. But
yeah,
I mean, just choosing EO as the protagonist, the magical realism in this film is up there with the best uses of magical realism we've had this year. And there are just shots that have stayed with me, and aesthetic choices that have stayed with me. And formally, this is about the most experimental movie that we'll probably talk about tonight. Because it is a bold, daring film that is going to put a lot of people off. And I don't blame them for that, because it is an incredibly idiosyncratic film, but I really loved it, and it's my number 10.
Yeah, I really like this film as well, Jay. It's not quite in my top 20, but it is certainly there fighting for a spot there. And while there have been films that this film has been compared to, and there are obvious ones to bring up, but the film I kept thinking of was the Hungarian film White God from 2015. I think this has as much in relation to that film, although that film features a dog and this is a donkey, as you're talking about. But in terms of structure, how you're viewing this film through the lens of a creature that experiences the world very differently than us, it is very similar in that regard, and both films rely on visual storytelling, and I agree with you. I think the images here are arresting. I also think the editing here is really great, and the sound design is quite sublime. I think the sound design is just as important as the cinematography. So yeah, I did like this one. There's maybe one or two narrative things that keep me from fully embracing it, but on the whole, I did really like this one.
The only thing we were missing this year was a movie called Year of the Donkey or something like that, because it absolutely was. And you're right, Jay. It's definitely a film that won't work for everyone. Didn't quite work for me. I'll be one of those curmudgeons, I guess. But I do respect a lot of what the film is at least attempting to do. And I guess with that, I'll keep the foreign language theme for my number 10. This is kind of a 10A and 10B. I know I have to pick one. I have to pick one, but I seriously considered doing a tie here because I think both of these films are very similar. Both foreign language films, both deal with unorthodox family road trips, I'll simply say. So I guess that really leaves one of two films. It's either between Broker and Hit the Road. And you know what? I'm going to go Broker for my number 10. I was way higher on Hit the Road for a while, but Broker is just more top of mind for me right now. And after the discussion that we had yesterday, where I actually ended up giving Hirokazu Koreeda my win for Best Original Screenplay, I started to like it a lot more as I've sat with it over the past few days. And this was one of the last films I saw in preparation for this specific episode, but Broker carries all of the normal traits that I already love from Hirokazu Koreeda, but what I love so much about his script is something we don't normally see in movies that tackle topicality like this, sociopolitical topicality. He being Koreeda, is willing to listen to both sides of this unorthodox family where their own familial brokenness is something they all have to contend with. And he does so in a way that's uninterested in partaking in the political debate that could exist around that. It's so refreshing for me when you have a movie like this that does not have any propaganda associated to it whatsoever. And I think just for that reason, it really stayed with me more. Now, in a couple days after we publish this episode, I probably could end up putting a movie like Hit the Road in there as my number 10 instead. That is currently my number 11. I'll just say that right now. But with Hirokazu Koreeda, there's a tenderness to it that I'm always willing to embrace. So this one really stayed with me. I think Broker is a very subdued film. It won't be for everyone for that reason, but if you're already on his wavelength, I think you'll find it pretty poignant.
I love this movie. The least judgmental movie of the year, which is what I love so much about it.
I agree. Absolutely.
So complex. I love this movie. Just outside of my top 10. Wish I could find a spot for it.
Yeah, this is in my 11 through 20 as well. I adore Hirokazu Koreeda, and it's classic Koreeda in every sense of the word, but in some ways, it's maybe his most provocative movie. I do love that he takes familiar tropes, but this time is channeling it through human trafficking, sort of. But it's coming from a perspective of love and wanting to do the right thing. And in that regard, it certainly makes for a unique experience, even if it has all of what we love about Creda. All of it is here, but it's done in a unique way that I just really love. So I really do love that pick. As I get into my number 10, a little bit of inside baseball here. So we are recording this a day after part 1. And as of last night, my number 10 was actually at my number 11. But after doing our awards categories in part 1 and letting that conversation waft over me, it made no sense for me to exclude it, especially because this movie was nominated in 6 categories and won for Best Overlooked Movie and Best Cinematography. So I had to make...
We're a Hit the Road podcast.
We're hitting the road. We're making the change. Panahi's Hit the Road is
Maybe
my
I should have
number
made
10.
it my number 10. We could have just went back and forth on this and saved some time.
Shout out to us, though. 4 foreign language films at number 10.
Yeah,
Start.
True.
I really do love this quite a bit, and forgive me for anyone that has already listened to part 1. I will sound a little bit redundant, but in case anyone hasn't listened to part 1 yet, what is so fascinating to me about this film is that it starts off really funny. The first 45 minutes of this film is among the best comedy I saw in 2022. It is blistering in its humor, and not just because of what's written on the page, but it's the performances. As I noted last night in part 1, it's the editing and the cinematography. All of that craft adds to the levity and what we see with this family as they begin this road trip. And then as the trip begins and they move over parts of Iran, the tone of the film shifts and it becomes much more urgent and much more dire as this family is needing to find itself in a place where a sacrifice, I'll just say vaguely, needs to take place. There's an exchange of sorts, I'll say vaguely. And the emotional catharsis that comes about is done so wonderfully in the performances. I talked about the cinematography last night. I cannot get over that wide shot of this beautiful landscape, and you see the mother character here, played wonderfully by Panahia, as she's running back and forth between her son and their truck, which is on top of this hill, and she's trying to get everything that he needs. There's an exhaustive element to it, but an emotional heft to it that is absolutely incredible. And then you think about the political, social aspect of what's at play. That adds to the heartbreak of what's happening here. There's a moment of magical realism that takes place because they have to explain to the younger son what is happening, and he's not going to understand the gravity of the situation. So what Panahi does is inject this film with this moment of magic, this moment of childhood vision that gives him a way to perhaps understand a little bit anyway as to what's taking place. Or maybe you can just argue that it's a moment of distraction so that way he doesn't have to wrestle with what's happening in the moment. Either way, it's fascinating. I absolutely love it. The craft, the cinematography, the direction of this film, the performances, it is all excellent. I love this film. It sits at number 10 right now. This is only going to rise the ranks for me. I do not foresee this falling out of my top 10, but it is possible that it climbs into my top 5 at some point. I love it. It is among the best directorial debuts we've seen in recent years, hands down. My number 10, Hit the Road.
Yeah, a movie that I still need to see. And,
I was going to ask. I don't think you had a chance to watch this one yet.
No, I did not, because I didn't need to do.
I'm happy that we've given it some. If we get somebody to watch it, anybody, we've done a service.
Yeah.
I don't love it as much as y'all do, but I'm really glad that we've.
I was going to say, I saw your
exposure.
review, Jay. You at least liked it as well.
Yeah, I just.
Oh yeah.
I just didn't have the time, and I didn't want my list to happened to JD, which is like just get destroyed, and then I had to sit in a corner in the
It
fetal
was
position.
blown up.
If
Yes.
if it ain't broke, break it.
Yeah. Oh my God, this list. So didn't need any of that going into this.
It's all Brendan's fault. I alluded to that in part 1.
I mean, that's
Much of
fair.
This is
Yeah.
Brendan's
At least
fault.
we have a
Yeah.
scapegoat. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
I'll take it. I'll own it.
Yeah.
The movie's too good to. I want to own it.
Oh,
Yeah,
all
there you
right.
go. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I guess it's time for our number 9s. And
Yes.
my number 9 pick is this is a movie I thought that would be like cynical me. You go see a movie and you think, man, the world's just going to absolutely fall in love with it. But I guess this has kind of become like weirdly like a movie you kind of have to defend, it feels like, but it's also a movie that's, I think, beautiful. And I don't understand why it's not connecting with more people, but my number 9 is Sarah Pauli's Women Talking. And I think it's one of the most empathetic films that you're going to see this year. I just think that the movie is operating on a level of confidence from Sarah Pauli that, you rarely get to see. I think that it provides, an answer to complicated questions for these characters. Like I mentioned when I gave it best adapted screenplay, I think those characters are all written perfectly and all have an identity that are very universal. And I think there are so many lines of dialogue, particularly in which there's a line of dialogue in the film in which the characters are starting to ask whether they ask the men to leave. And Judith Ivey has this amazing, like, it's almost like a minute monologue where she goes,
She's so great.
where she's just talking about like, we can't ask them to do this, or they've never done this, or they've never done this for us. So how can we even go beyond even asking this? And then they burst into laughter as a group, uncontrollable laughter. And what's sort of great about Sarah Pauli's film is within the tension, there are moments of levity. There are moments of true comedy and able for the film to breathe on its own. And by the end, I think it's just extremely impactful. I think while the ending may for some be a little disjointed, or for some people they find it to be cold, or they find the cinematography to be something that is a deal breaker for them, I think that those are completely big nitpicks by people who can't just look at this movie for how raw and honest it's trying to be. And I think that all those arguments undercut what the movie's trying to say, and they didn't actually really listen to it. So it's a movie that I've kind of had to defend since seeing it really early in the year, but I think it's like the ensemble of the year. There's not a bad performance in there. We could all pick a performance right now and we could all say that's the best performance, and none of us would be wrong. And that even includes the one male performance in the film, Ben Whishaw, who's fantastic in this film.
I was gonna say
That's
I
kind of
feel
why nobody was nominated for me. Is because I was like, I can't.
It's
It's
hard.
hard to choose.
Well, it's kind of a singular performance among multiple people, right?
Yeah, it's a true ensemble.
You take one performance out for awards consideration. It's sort of a disservice to the other performances because the strength of those performances is how they all work in conjunction with one another.
And it's the strength also too within this wonderful screenplay. And I miss Sarah Pauli. I think she just has a way of talking about human emotions with her films that I just don't think anybody else can do right now. So I've been talking my number 9.
No, I love this as well. I mentioned earlier that there are 3 films just outside my 10, my 11, 12, and 13 that is fighting for that 10th spot, and Women Talking is one of those movies.
Oh, wow.
So it's just outside my 10, but as I noted, it might as well be 10C because it's great. I love it. Absolutely
makes me feel so guilty because I have this within my 21 through 30, and I still really like this movie quite a bit.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
I
Maybe
get it.
this was a great year for movies.
Math
now that I think about it.
Sucks.
It was good.
Math is what
There's
it
a lot
is.
of depth to this year, for
Yeah.
sure. It's a deep year. It's a deep year. Well, now that Ryan has opened the xenophobic floodgates of American films, I will follow up by doing an American film of my own. My number 9 is Jordan Peele's Nope. a film that, you talk about lingering. This is a movie that has lingered.
Yeah.
I mean, the Gordy's home stuff has been an internet topic pretty much over the course of the entire year. I think Nope, which a lot of people kind of dismissed as Peele's worst script to date, I think it's possible that it's the exact opposite. It's just the least obvious script he's put together.
Yeah.
I think Get Out and Us have very straightforward goals and ambitions thematically. And I think Nope is one that you really have to unwrap over time. And for that reason, it lingers with you. And at the same time, what Nope does that Peele's other films I don't necessarily think did is it wants to entertain. It really, really wants to entertain. It is a Spielberg-inspired thrill ride. And the film's final act, which kind of wears its popcorn influences on its sleeve, is just an absolute knockout. And that's where it gets really big, and it kind of broadens the themes of the film. But you look at the stuff before that. I mean, the Gordy's home sequences. How many people have you heard say, "What was the deal with the monkey in that movie?" I think the deal with that monkey is kind of the entire point of the movie.
That I was going to say, the movie really works best because of that sequence.
Yeah.
If you look at it in a very superficial, high-level way, then I guess you can criticize it in that way, but that's... I think Jordan Peele's aware of that. I think he's trying to ask
kind of
you
what separates a good film from a great film sometimes?
I agree, but it just goes to show what certain people look for in movies like this.
And it is, 100%. I mean, it's a movie that really asks you to watch it multiple times, which sometimes can be a criticism, but my desire to go back and rewatch it, I think, is a strength.
Because it still works the first time you watch it, then.
Yes, entirely so. Because not only is it deep, but it's also wholly entertaining, kind of on a surface level. And that's what's so great about it. I think the performances across the board, Keke Palmer, absolutely electric. Daniel Kaluuya doing something really interesting in that movie. It's a really kind of subtle, really,
stoic,
really
very
good
stoic
performance. Yeah, it's a movie. It's like an anti-awards winning performance. I mean, it's very buried underneath, and I love that. Steven Yeun, he won my supporting actor, and I think I kind of convinced y'all that was a good pick because it's pretty atypical. And then Brandon Perea as well as kind of the newcomer, I think is really, really wonderful. But its emphasis on kind of the nature of entertainment and the human desire for the grotesque is incredibly compelling. It's just Jordan Peele is one of the best image makers working today. And him working with Hoyt van Hoytema is some next level stuff as far as scale is concerned. It's I love Nope.
It's also a great Western. It's a great Western, too. I think that's something else you need to acknowledge. Yeah. Very good film there. To continue on here at number 9, I might get some pushback from at least most of the listeners out there. I wouldn't be surprised if I'm the only one that has this in my top 10. Damien Chazelle's Babylon is my number 9 film of the year. All right. This might be my I need to make a statement pick, and I'm willing to, I guess, acknowledge that. It's a film that feels very much like a response to La La Land, like we talked about, JD. In fact, it makes me want to go back and reconsider Damien Chazelle's entire filmography and see if there was always this deep-rooted cynicism in his works, because this is not really a love letter to cinema, as some have already put it. It's kind of a hate letter too, in a lot of ways. And one of the things I love the most about the film and why I think it will age pretty well is how it gets into this difference between film history and legend. I believe you and I talked about this briefly, Jay, on part 1 of our award show last night. But this is one of those old Hollywood kind of movies that doesn't treat its subjects as history, but more as myth-making. There's actually a great interview out there between film critic Mariah Gates and Damien Chazelle here that essentially talks about how much of this era of 1920s Hollywood is still unknown to us today, even among film historians, which kind of begs the question, do we only accept old Hollywood as history when it's most agreed upon? And I feel like Babylon is challenging that very notion while also just being rip-roaringly entertaining. At least I found it very entertaining. So yeah, I might be the only one here that has it on my list. I think it's a really awesome film. I think the more I think about it, it could end up becoming my favorite Damien Chazelle film. Right now, it is between First Man and this, which I never expected to say, given my love of jazz music and how jazz is such a character in movies like Whiplash and La La Land. But there's something about what Babylon is doing that it provokes, it swings, it often misses, and I love that it does.
It's a riot, a riot of a movie. I really do love it.
Glad you liked it, Brendan. Glad you liked it.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you.
I love it as well. It's at number 14 on my list, and who knows, could only climb the ranks for me on a rewatch. I'm not one of those that have seen the film 8 times quite yet. I do look forward to revisiting this film, but I haven't had a chance to do so yet.
To be clear, that is 24 hours of movie watching. If you've seen it 8 times, 24 hours. That's a full day.
Wait, you watched that 24 hours and not Avatar? Somebody out there?
Look,
come on.
There are.
That's coming from me again. That's coming from me.
Ryan, wait for number 1 before you talk about Avatar 2.
Sorry,
if we haven't established this yet, Ryan is now a James Cameron superfan.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. No, I think I need to rewatch Babylon, and I'll give it like 5 years before I do, because I feel like the movie's
for
still
every
going
star
on.
he's going to get.
And I think the movie, I was really with it for, I think, the first half of it. I think that first 45 minutes is pretty great. And I just think that it loses a lot of steam. And then Brendan and I one day will have a beer and we will discuss this ending in volume in person, because I just think that this ending is
bleak.
My jaw hit the floor when I was watching it.
I sat there and I went,
my
no.
5 best beginnings or endings of the year.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm talking about something that I just completely went,
oh, I'm definitely more with Jay.
You said nope.
Nope.
Yeah, I said nope. Exactly. So, but I can understand why people are connecting with it, though. It is. I will say this about it, and what I admire is what you mentioned, Brendan, is the fact that it is taking massive swings, which is something from Damien Chazelle, I will say, is not a person that I would particularly think of when I think of somebody taking big swings in cinema these days. So good for him.
Yeah.
The movie, like I said, 5 years. I'll see it. Yeah.
All right. Good stuff there. I do like Babylon. Getting to my number 9, Robert Eggers, anybody? I'm in the bag for Robert Eggers, and I love The Northman. He was a nominee for me when it came to Best Director, and The Northman made a few other categories as well. I really, really love this film quite a bit, and we can certainly discuss its craft all day long. I do want to spend a few moments, though, talking about its lore and mysticism, because I equally love not only the intricate detail of it all, as Jay talked about in part 1, and that is embedded into the DNA of Robert Eggers. He loves to get into the nitty-gritty details of whatever mythology he's diving into, and he certainly does that.
He'd love extra film.
But I also love how he doesn't just display it, he interweaves it into the DNA of the film. And that's what I love so much about Amleth and the culture that surrounds him in this movie. He is constantly encouraged to die by the sword as a way to reach Valhalla. And as a result, the vivacious machismo of the film isn't just there to demonstrate warrior conviction, but it's directly tied to that mythology and how these characters see the world. And how Eggers depicts that, broadly speaking, is endlessly fascinating. But of course, a lot of this is based on the legend that inspired Hamlet. So the nucleus of Amleth's bravado is rooted in revenge, which would allow him to perhaps die in battle as he desires, but not before fulfilling his father's promise and killing his betrayer. And behind all of that virality, there is this pathos driving every action he takes, which creates a captivating duality. The best scenes of the film, or at least the ones that moved me the most, are when his humanity and faith unify to render these stimulating moments of masculine bombast. For example, and we all know where we're heading here, it's the scene where he comes back.
You're gonna reference the greatest exchange of all time, right?
Yeah, where he comes back to save Olga from his uncle, and with every ounce of emotion and guttural fortitude, he screams,
I am Amlet the Bad Wolf, son of King Arvan the War Raven, and I am his vengeance!
I think what makes that scene even so much better, and
Since
honestly,
Russell Crowe in Gladiator. I mean, truly,
it's honestly
so good.
It's kind of a funny exchange now, not really because of the film, but maybe because of the way we keep talking about it. But then you also have Klaus Bang's yell after that, which is in a weird way kind of hilarious. Then Nicole Kidman just yelling, "Kill him!"
It's so good. Like that whole exchange gives me chills. It is absolutely like the way he screams that is incredible. But then you tie it back to everything else we've talked about with the cinematography, the way the camera moves there, and the camera moves with the characters. I don't think there's any cuts to that sequence, or there's very little. It's all choreographed very well. The music, we talked about the score in part one. The way that score builds to, like, it's almost like this chorus that accompanies those masculine screams that we see. It is just so pitch perfect in every ounce of it that I love that. And that's just one moment that I keep going back to because it's just so fucking awesome. But there's so many other scenes that do the same in that film. And then it all kind of ends with this great battle and all of that as well. So at every turn in this film, that lore and mysticism, as great as it is individually, it drives the choices of these characters. It is embedded into the DNA of everything they do. So it's not just there for something that's fun to dissect and talk about and to learn about. It is part of the movie. It is a driving vehicle of the movie. And that takes a special director to not just do that research, but then to write it the way that he does. And now that I'm talking about it here, I'm certainly regretting not putting it in for best screenplay. I probably should have. But at the very least, from a direction perspective, when I did have Eggers in there for that, man, he makes it work. And this film is really something else to watch. So I love it. It is my number 9.
Oh my gosh. Eggers is 3 for 3, if you ask me.
I agree.
Like a really strong 3 for 3 between his 3 major films. It's kind of a shame that he feels a little bit disappointed by the I don't want to say reception, but I guess kind of the financial reception of the film, that he feels like he needs to re-strategize everything.
Well, my understanding is that the VOD haul
saved it.
I also
was incredible.
Yeah. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, though. I do recall that I think Eggers is not too happy with the final film that came out, because I think he felt there was some studio interference that prevented him from making the movie that he fully wanted to make. But I don't know.
Yeah.
The movie we got,
I will
pretty
say,
much
watch that movie and tell me that there was a ton of
absolutely a Robert
interference.
Eggers movie. It's so in line with The Witch and The Lighthouse. It's not even fair.
Well, it's like if it's your baby, right, and it's wearing an outfit that you didn't buy.
I mean, yeah,
you'd be
you're
really
right.
mad. You know,
You're right.
But that doesn't mean that I don't know that, and I still think the outfit that you have is great.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
So,
from an outsider's perspective, it's a Robert Eggers movie, and it's really good.
Sometimes the artists themselves are the worst ones to judge their own work.
Oh, 100%. 100%. Watch a Michael Mann director's cut and tell me it's better than the original. It's not.
Oh, yeah, fair.
Yeah, I really like the film a lot. I think it is the lesser of his 3 films so far for me, and it's just because I like those other 2 a lot. But I still really like this movie a lot. It was my number 24 of the year, JD, and it's a movie that's talk about pure scale. I mean, holy hell, this movie came out in April, and or March or whatever, and that volcano scene, the raid scene as well. I mean, those. Oh, it's impeccable. It is the biggest film he's done, and I think he might have just been a little moody, a little sad that week when all that press was going out, because this is a movie he could be really proud of. It's a damn good movie. I like it a lot. But again, math. So moving to our number 8. So my number 8 I think might be the most interesting one out of the bunch that I have, because it's the one film that I saw that then I had to see again because it got cut.
I know what one you're
recontextualized
talking about.
in a
I
lot of
still haven't
ways.
seen this one, sadly. I'm so mad about that.
Yeah, and my number 8 is Alejandro Gonzalez Iñárritu's Bardo, or A False Chronicle of a Handful
cut
of
are we going
Truths.
with, Ryan?
So, well, that's the thing. So it's interesting because I really liked the film when I saw it at Telluride, and it was like the close to 3-hour cut. It was a messy movie, but it's still, at the bare bones of it, had exactly what this new cut has, which is this existential look at someone's mix of identity and where they are at towards the end of their life. And I find it to be absolutely fascinating because Alejandro Gonzalez Iñárritu is not a director I usually stand for. He is a guy, like I have mentioned to Jay and others in the past, that his movies can be downright miserable experiences for me. I do like Birdman, and I defend The Revenant more than others. But his, earlier films like Babel and 21 Grams and Beautiful are just some of like those moments when you're like, why does cinema have to be this dark and cruel? And Amores Perros is a movie that it feels like really early and stretched away from what he was making, which was a really personal debut. And I think he got back to that because, he talked about, Iñárritu did with me about that. These sequences came in his head with like dreams and how he was trying to figure them out during the mid part of his life. He's over 50 years old now, or he's heading very close to it. And he was seeing these images mixed with immigration, figuring out where his place is now as a Mexican citizen living in the United States and everything. And yeah, it can be looked at by many as pretentious, but you know what? A lot of movies that are about oneself and one's life are in their DNA a pretentious look of an artist looking at them. And yes, Jay has talked to me about, well, this feels very weird for a guy that's got 5 Oscars to be making a movie like this. But
yeah, it's kind of about how hard it is to win an Oscar. But also, I like the movie.
But also, too,
yeah,
but it's also not really even about that. It's just about like where we look back on our legacy and the stamp in which we leave before it's all said and done. I think Daniel Jimenez Cacho, who's looking weirdly like Alejandro Gonzalez Iñárritu during the film, gives a fantastic performance. But, Iñárritu gives everything into this movie. He is doing the direction, the producing, the writing, the editing, and he also is doing the score with Bryce Dressner. This man put his soul into this movie.
He also always has a heavy hand in the cinematography of his movies, for sure, because they all
exactly. And him, working with Kanji here to get his distinctive look that he likes as well. So this is just a real labor of love. There's a lot of great things in here. It's got one of my favorite scenes of the year. It's got my favorite score of the year. It's just a movie also too that, depending on which cut, and I'm telling you that other cut, which things were cut out about 25 minutes. It's good that movie cut that stuff out because there was a lot of unnecessary stuff and fat that really gets, in this film, this permanent version, a more succinct vision. But I could even see them cutting even 20 minutes more and it could even work even better. But it's a movie that, like I said, lingers and gets better and better and has big swings, kind of like your pick, Brendan, at number 9. It's a big swing from a beloved director, and I think he nails it. And also, it's just a really distinctive look at Mexican culture that I don't think we get a lot, and it's very honest. And so, yeah, that's my number 8.
It's a film I really like, kind of surprisingly, in fact. But I mean, it's a really genuinely, like, really heartfelt. The thing that I was surprised about is how sincere I found it and how unpretentious at times. That movie to me is like 60% really sincere and emotionally honest and 40% really annoying. But the 60% is really, really great. So
it's less annoying than his previous efforts.
100%. Yes, I agree with that. But let's move to my number 8, which is has been mentioned already, I will say, and let me just tell you this. I will avenge you, father. I will save you, mother. I will kill you, Fjolnir.
That's also good.
I'm talking about Robert Eggers's The Northman. We talk about movies that want to make us feel, that want to make us cry, that want to make us kind of remember the repressed memories that we have. The Northman made me want to join a rugby team or something. I don't know. Join a fight club. I don't know exactly, but I think it is probably the most visceral movie experience I had this year, except for maybe one other movie I'll mention later might be the exception to that. But in addition to that, I think it's a lot more complex than that. I mean, the ultra-violent, hallucinogenic stuff is fantastic, and it's kind of Eggers' bread and butter a little bit, and that period detail, that folkloric detail, that intense research that he does when he puts together his script. I mean, that's kind of Eggers' greatest asset. But this has a very interesting idea on vengeance, and it kind of reminded me of a quote that Sam Peckinpah had back in the day. I did a Sam Peckinpah deep dive, one of my famous J deep dives a couple years ago. I went in the Peckinpah hole, and I saw this quote that he had after he made The Wild Bunch, which is one of my favorite Westerns of all time. A very violent film, has a famously violent ending. But he found out about some soldiers in Africa using the Wild Bunch as a way to motivate themselves before a battle. And after he heard about that, he said that he began to reject the Greek theory of catharsis. And I think The Northman kind of has a similar mentality. It has a very unique kind of view on the idea of vengeance. Amleth is confronted with possibilities that make him question the very idea of catharsis, and he ends up being driven by something very different but requires the exact same tasks as kind of that classical catharsis. And Eggers has such just an intense control. He seems to just have great instincts as a filmmaker, in my opinion. And it's just an incredibly impressive achievement. For 2 hours, I didn't think about anything else in the entire world, except for the fact that a fun kind of little side note of this, my wife was deep into pregnancy at this point when this movie came out, and he was never more active for like the 3 months kind of surrounding The Northman than he was while we were in the theater for that movie, and that score was just blasting, and you could feel him really, really moving around in her belly, and that was a special moment too. So it's a meaningful movie in multiple ways for me, but more than anything, just the most transportative movie of the year, maybe.
I feel like there are two truths in life. One, when it comes to having a baby, you either make them listen to classical music before they're born, or you make them listen to the score for The Northman. It's one of the two.
That's a fact.
It's a fact.
We've known that for years.
We just needed Robert Eggers to make a movie to solidify that truth there. I'll make this quick. This is also my number 8. So I'm going to piggyback off of Jay with everything that's been said about The Northman. I love this film as well. Jay, you mentioned that you wanted to join a rugby team or something while watching it. Whatever that sport they play is, I looked it up. It's an actual sport. I can't pronounce the actual, I think, Icelandic name of it, but it looks like a lot of brutal fun. But I will say, when watching this, I just wanted to go to a heavy metal concert. The best way I can articulate my love of this, the movie is so metal. It absolutely rocks. And as we were talking about before, in seriousness, I'm astounded at how huge this movie looks and feels for a projected budget of 70 to 90 million or something, which isn't really that low by industry standards, but the film looks and sounds bigger than movies with twice that budget. And like everyone's been saying, the way that the film also treats the idea of vengeance, the way it tackles the histories and traditions of Norse mythology alongside those tales of vengeance, it is not a simple revenge film. There are nuances here regarding the onslaught of death and carnage, and whether that makes Prince Amleth heroic or villainous. It's a film that suggests that both the viciousness and vulnerabilities of men can coexist with each other, and I think the film does succeed in having both ways. So I'm with you guys. I think this movie rocks. I have it at number 8 as well.
Yep, great stuff. It's absolutely a film about duality, and I very much do agree with what you guys are saying there. Moving to my number 8, we'll go from one visceral experience to another. At number 8 for me is Edward Berger's All Quiet on the Western Front.
There it is.
I don't know if I've had a more visceral experience in the last few years than this one. It is absolutely daunting to watch. I can't even listen to this score outside of the film. It's that harrowing. You know what you're walking into in that regard, and yet it is still overwhelming, and in the best ways. It is one of the best crafted films of the year. It's one of the best performed films of the year. A few of us had Felix Kammerer in our top 5 for Best Actor. I also wanted to highlight Albrecht Schuh last night in my Best Supporting performances, because there are some scenes here where I was incredibly moved by. I think his arc is equally as poignant and tragic as we see with Paul, or really anyone here. Particularly, I think about that moment, and we somewhat joked about it in the context of all of the feces discussion that surprisingly arose last night in part 1. But one of the best scenes, all joking aside, is this moment where he is doing the business, but he's asking a fellow soldier, one of his best friends, to read this letter because he cannot read. And what is read to him, what we find out about him regarding his home life and infant son that he once had, it is really heartbreaking. And then you think about that in the context of where that character crystallizes in the end, and it is nothing short of heartbreaking. Absolutely devastating. And that certainly correlates to all of these characters in one way or another. And then there are the war scenes that we've talked about, that tank scene, and that moment of normalcy, if you want to call it that, right before the tanks show up there, I think is incredible. It is just one of the best made movies of the year, and I think it does such a great job of taking this material, what it is thematically, and then really going full bore into it with no apologies whatsoever, coupled with these new additional scenes that were not there in its predecessor, that I think is really great with Daniel Bruhl and everything we see there politically. I think all of those scenes heighten the experience of this film and the sense of urgency that you do see on the battlefield, and just the complete antithesis with these political figures who have absolutely no idea what is happening there on the battlefield. I think those scenes are necessary in heightening what we see and also making it distinct from previous versions of this film. So Edward Berger did such a great job, not just with his direction, but the writing of this film, the additions that they make, getting these performances. It is absolutely astounding to me. And I think Netflix should put as much money into this as they can as we get to award season, because this is probably their best film aside from Pinocchio. I know that, but that's a whole nother category. But I'd say this is their best film, and they need to put as much money behind it. It is absolutely incredible.
I still sometimes walk around and I'll just randomly go, if I'm in a bad mood, I'll just go,
incredible score. It's so good.
Should not work, but it does.
All right, before we get to our number 7 selections, let's get to our next voicemail. Let's hear from the great Richard Newby from The Hollywood Reporter. Richard, what was your favorite film of 2022?
Hey, InSession Film. Richard Newby here. Gordy's home and we should all be very afraid. My favorite film of the year is Jordan Peele's Nope. Peele's continued growth as a filmmaker has been one of Hollywood's most exciting success stories. With Nope, Peele outdoes himself, bringing ambitious, socially aware insights into the horror genre on a bigger canvas and delivering a blockbuster summer spectacle of aliens, killer chimps, and Hollywood's forgotten history. Within those seemingly disparate threads, Peele weaves a tale about humanity's obsession with spectacle and refusal to look away, though by all accounts, they should. Anchored by strong performances from Keke Palmer, Daniel Kaluuya, Stephen Yeun, Brandon Pereira, Michael Wincott, and Terry Notary, and immersive cinematography from Hoyt van Hoytema, Nope feels like a truly original look at the alien invasion subgenre. Thanks for a great 2022. Here's to 2023.
All right. Thank you, Richard, for your message there and your pick of Nope, discussed once already. We'll see if it makes the rounds further. All right. Let's get to our number 7 movies of 2022. Ryan, what do you got?
Well, it's funny. Kind of talked about maybe All Quiet on the Western Front being Netflix's best film outside of Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio. So my number 7 is Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio.
But they're two different movies.
I know.
They're not fighting in the same space.
But I do think it. But wink, wink. It is my highest ranked Netflix.
Fair enough.
So
that's
what I think about that film. And I think about this too from the standpoint is that I'm a massive fan of Guillermo del Toro because I think that the man is a magician. You know, he's this guy that kind of just sits behind the camera and gets us to see things and creatures and wonderment that you see at almost like a magic show. And I have felt that magic has sort of fallen away as he's gone to more of these traditional sort of like in his own way Hollywood stories. And I just haven't felt that uniqueness that Del Toro is known for in a long time. I mean, like there are certain creature designs in like The Shape of Water, and then there's also like aesthetics from the carnival stuff in like Nightmare Alley that you can feel it, but it just doesn't click for me. And then I hear about him doing a stop motion animated Pinocchio film, and then Jay's favorite director, Robert Zemeckis, makes a really bad one, and I'm like, oh God, do we really need to see?
Well, don't spoil my number 3.
Any more versions of this story? And then I sat there and I watched this film and I went, yeah, I think we can do with one more, because I think that this movie, when you break it down, it may be called Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio, but it really isn't even primarily about Pinocchio. It's more about Geppetto.
Yeah.
And it's more really not even about a father and son. It's more about an adoption storyline more than anything else. And this idea of grief and tragedy and how you can pick your life up if you're willing to open your heart up more to the possibilities of love entering it from a different vessel, even if that vessel is very similar in the construction of the thing in which you lost. And I think that the movie is sweet at times. It's also heartbreaking at many moments. It's got also, I believe, what Brendan called a couple weeks ago, one of like the most emotionally impactful endings.
It's a pretty surprising ending.
You can see from an anime. Yeah, it's very surprising, but it's also very profound in how you're going to end an animated movie of all things. And I just love what Guillermo del Toro has been saying. And he's absolutely right. And this is why I champion this movie immensely. Animated movies are no more different than live action films. And he has been beating this drum this year. And it's very much the same sentiment of someone that we all here love, which is Hayao Miyazaki. And this continuing love that a guy that has mostly lived in the live action world can come and make a movie that took him 1,000 days, and he was very meticulous with his co-director, Mark Gustafson, who worked on the great Fantastic Mr. Fox with Wes Anderson, and kind of create this really beautiful story that if you didn't know it, you could even say at times it looks real. And therefore, it's a real movie. It's a real boy. And I just absolutely love this damn thing. And I think I've seen it like 3 or 4 times. And it gets me where it's supposed to emotionally, and I laugh at the points you're supposed to. And then we didn't mention it enough. I like the voice performances. I know Jay made the joke about David Bradley's performance, but also like Ewan McGregor and his vocal performance in this film, and Gregory Mann, and even the great Cate Blanchett as a monkey. You can have such great versatile performances when you're in the hands of a master. So Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio is
yeah. I do want to speak to this real fast, because I noted when talking about Hit the Road that there was a casualty. last night this film sat at my number 10.
This, yeah.
This was my
I have
number
to
10.
echo that, JD. This is one that the lingering quality of other films sort of not hurt this one, but it was a casualty for me as well. I actually have it at number 13. And when I first saw it, when we reviewed it together on the main show, I was pretty confident it was going to end up in my top 10.
Same. Yeah.
I mean,
which
I
is
still
why
love the
this is
movie.
your damn fault.
You're
For a
welcome.
long time, my 10 was set. My
Damn, hit
10
the
was
road.
set for a while. As you know, I was watching many great films, and many jumped into that 11 through 20, but my 10 didn't move for a while. And then Brendan injects this new film into my life a week before doing all of this. And lo and behold, I completely not completely, but somewhat disrupts.
You can't
my
give
10.
me all the blame. The film has been out there for a while.
So it is 100% your fault. And I'm going to keep writing this bit as long as I possibly can. But no, and all joking aside, I love Hit the Road for the reasons I mentioned earlier. And I still love Pinocchio. There just has to be a casualty, unfortunately.
Yeah.
It was Pinocchio, but I do agree with everything that you're saying there, Ryan. I do love this film. I love how distinctive it is from other iterations of it. It is very unique. I love that it's equally about Geppetto as it is Pinocchio. I love that early on that Pinocchio is a little exasperating. There's this abrasive quality to him that is really kind of refreshing, I think, and necessary, obviously, because over the course of the film, early on, Geppetto is grieving and he is distant from Pinocchio because he isn't Carlo. And he has to come to terms with that nothing will replace Carlo. Pinocchio is his own being and he has to learn to accept that. And how Del Toro goes about examining that here, I just think is really moving. It's really great stuff. So, yeah, it's unfortunate, but 11 is still good. Or how
Still
about
good.
10B? It is 10B for me.
10B.
Yeah.
10B is good.
Oh, it's me, Geppetto.
Here he goes.
My family's lived in Italy for 700 years.
Oh, God.
I like that
It
movie
was
a lot.
Statham last episode, and now it's more Crocodile
Yeah,
Dundee.
I've been watching too much
you know?
Bluey today.
Australian Geppetto.
God.
The one thing I will say about that film, which I like, it's not in my 20, but I do like that movie a lot. Just remember that Mark Gustafson is the co-director of that movie.
Yes.
Like he deserves credit. It's got a little bit of that Tim Burton's Nightmare Before Christmas energy to it. Right.
Also,
Well, I mean, but Tim Burton isn't a co-director.
I know. But Mark
Gustafson
Gustafson is getting left in the dust.
Yes,
and he deserves a lot
that's
of credit.
why I
I mean, he
mentioned
is after all the creator of the television show The California Raisins. So we gotta give him all the credit.
and also real fast before Jay moves on to his number 7 pick, a quick shout out to Ewan McGregor, who I think is very good. And I wanted to highlight him because he was also in another 2022 movie called Raymond and Ray, where he is bad. He is actively terrible in that film.
He is bad.
He
in
is
that
so
movie.
miscast. It's, and I love the guy.
Is it
but
bad that I? Is it bad that I forgot about that movie?
No,
honestly,
it is not bad. That film is not good. No bueno. And it was so refreshing to get the real Ewan McGregor back in Pinocchio because he's quite terrific.
Not even Ethan Hawke, my beloved Ethan Hawke,
and he's
could save
great.
that
I
movie.
love him in that
is an
film, but yeah, he
abysmal
couldn't
movie.
save it.
and he's
No,
good.
He couldn't
but
save it.
God,
Yeah.
damn, it's bad.
All right. Moving on. Brendan earlier said something along the lines of maybe this is me just looking for attention by putting this movie on my list, but at number 9, I have Babylon. Well, this is me really, really looking for attention because Babylon is my number 7.
Oh, man. Maybe I should have saved it to talk about it later.
The year. Yeah. Guess what? I'm the most attention-seeking person on this podcast, Brendan.
Save that clip and run it for the perpetuity of the rest of this, show's existence.
Babylon to me was a real knockout. I mean, this is a movie of brilliant contradictions from a director clearly in battle with himself and questioning kind of his place in the professional world that he occupies. I mean, this movie it's not poisonous. I mean, it is nuclear, the toxicity that we are dealing with here. And certainly there are a lot of valid comparisons made between this film and Boogie Nights, because I think Chazelle is borrowing to put it generously, perhaps, from that film. But the other film that I thought about a lot while I was watching this, especially in the last hour, was one of my favorite films of the last few years, Under the Silver Lake.
Oh,
which
yeah.
is a very conspiratorially minded film, kind of about the world of Southern California, of the greater Los Angeles area. And that's a film that has started to be reappraised, and Babylon is a film that is going to be reappraised, and is honestly already being reappraised by some. I mean, you talk about a point of view, a vision. That's what this movie has. Brendan, you mentioned the mythologized idea of kind of the aesthetic of this movie. You have people speaking in a way that no one in the 1920s actually spoke, but it's supposed to be kind of this weird, mirror image, this funhouse mirror image of kind of the world we have today.
Sure.
Just kind of reflected back at us as if to say, some of the extraordinarily toxic ideas that people held in the 1920s, they still hold today. We just kind of like to throw them aside and not think about them. But this is some real bravura filmmaking going on here. I mean, you talk about the first hour of this movie. It's maybe the best hour of cinema that anyone made in 2022.
I think that's fair.
It is uncut, raw, audacious, bold, visionary cinema going on here from a visual standpoint, from a creation of images, as far as just memorable things seen on screen and memorable lines uttered on screen. It's about as good as it gets. And Chazelle has always, I think, in his films, focused on the sacrifices that people must make to achieve some perceived level of greatness or achievement. He's not a romantic in any way. And he takes that unromanticism to an extreme in this movie. I mean, if you look at kind of his career, as far as his bigger films go, Whiplash is a movie about this guy who is willing to put blinders on in order to be the greatest jazz musician of all time. You look at La La Land, it's this... I don't know what to say about La La Land. La La Land's a movie that's going to be talked about for years and years and years, because I guess that is in some ways kind of a romantic movie, but it's also this movie.
I was just going to say that is a romantic movie.
It is, and then maybe 2/3 of the way through it isn't. And that's a really interesting movie to unpack. And then First Man is a movie about kind of the cost of being a quote unquote great man.
Yes.
And then this film is about the cost of being part of this completely atomic, elementally evil environment. And that is kind of what Damien Chazelle is thinking about when he's thinking about the career path that he has chosen. It is lethal in its acidity. I'm very fascinated to see where Chazelle goes from here, because this feels like his ultimate statement. It really does feel like, if I was going to make my last movie ever, if I had to say one thing about the world that I live in, this is it. If I'm going to go out in a ball of fire, this is it. So we'll see where he goes from here. And then also that final scene is immaculate and could be talked about for 4 hours.
Well, I did want to bring that up, because in part one and on previous podcasts, we've danced around this. We haven't actually had a discussion. So maybe this is a little presumptuous, a little contradictory for me, because I'm asking for a rabbit hole. I'm asking for a classic Ryan and Jay rabbit hole, but it is related to the movie.
Bunny over here.
It is related to the movie, though, so it's appropriate. But I think we should talk about it and maybe take the chains off a little bit. So if you haven't seen Babylon, I guess spoiler alert, but I am curious to hear.
Yeah, let's talk about
what you guys think about it specifically, and why it worked for you, and maybe for you, Ryan, why you hated it.
Well, I want to ask you, JD, first, because all that I've heard you say is that you think it is this very cynical, kind of dark finale. So why do you think that is?
Well, I think it's kind of cynical because he walks into the theater there and begins to experience this cinematic thing that he was a part of for quite some time. And what we see from an outside perspective, I think it carries the facade of this idea that cinema is some sort of hopeful thing that we get to experience. I don't think that's really what's going on there. Not from Diego Calva's character's perspective. I think a lot of what he's experiencing there is regret. It's a lot of this, what if it's this industry that chewed me out and spit me out with no regard whatsoever. I think what he's experiencing
and forced him to turn on people that he
forced him to turn on people. Yeah,
especially the way it deals with the disenfranchised people of
exactly.
That
it's all about
too.
Disenfranchisement, 100%. Yeah. And so when he is watching that movie, I don't think it's joyful. I don't think anything about it is blissful from his perspective. Now everyone else in the theater is having a great time. They're laughing, they're crying, they're enjoying what they're seeing, and of course, Chazelle puts all of these iconic images on the screen for us to kind of eat up. And so it certainly plays up that facade, but you look at it from his perspective and the camera is on him through most of the sequence, or through a lot of it anyway. And I think all he is experiencing there is that disenfranchisement, but from the seat instead of the suits, if you will.
To take it to the most extreme kind of comparison I can make, I think what that last scene is doing is, in its own way, kind of showing this magic hour view of the pyramids of Giza, and then panning down to the generations of slaves that built the pyramids of Giza. He is saying, damn, I love movies so much. I hate how movies are made.
Yeah.
It's like this double-edged sword. You can love the product, but hate the way it was conceived, which is why maybe there is some level of optimism, if you want to look at it in this way, that sometimes you can have an imprint on the world that actually does have this trajectory that can create something great. But does that mean you're going to be remembered and honored for it? There are a lot of times where we try to leave that mark on the world and it actually has an impact, but that is not going to inevitably last. It's going to fade and get forgotten with time, which is where I think the whole myth building of the film is symbolically appropriate. That's why the film is called Babylon, because it's meant to do the exact same thing for this cinematic world of Hollywood.
Yeah, there's so much to unpack with that movie. I mean, it is about, like movies which can reveal so much about humanity and kind of change your worldview in some way. But in so many ways, the creation of these things that change the way you think about the world have a complete disregard for humanity.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, and it's that's good stuff.
I think it's interesting.
Stuff.
Well, Ryan, why didn't it work for you? Just to get your other side of the coin here.
I mean, probably because it's really weird to see Avatar in
and Jurassic Park.
I mean, it is insane. Yes.
Yeah.
I just for me, I took it completely different, and I understand it, and I respect all the points that have been made here. To me, the more I've peeled back the layers of this, I think that this is kind of almost like an easy, cheap way to end this movie. I think that this movie feels as if, it is trying to do the problems I had with, you mentioned La La Land, I think, Brendan, and this being sort of like an answer to that. I felt like this was a little bit more of the same. And what I love so much about First Man is it feels like he's trying to get away from that.
Sure.
He's trying to get away from trying to talk about that or even step into those areas. And he's made a movie there that I really, really love. And it's a movie that has aged, I think, impeccably. And a movie that I know that I think most of us really, really like. And then this movie, I know that a lot of people got on like a movie like Iñárritu and Bardo for its pretentiousness or its sort of looking at, the criticisms that this director has. And I think Damien Chazelle, in a way, is doing that, but essentially doubling down. And I, for one, am not going to be the one that praises Diego Calva's performance, because I think that it is completely underwritten and not actually very good. Ooh. I think that a lot of the minority characters in the film are not very well written. I don't think that is something that he can actually do as a writer or a director, and as continuing to prove so. And I know that he's trying a lot of different things with the style, and I respect the style, the directorial flourishes, the craft behind the film. But fundamentally, when you are trying to just on the flat surface, basically be this homage and wrap your fictional story and then say that these lives of these people that you created then are contextualized into the greatest musical of all time, when you were then also told by many people for La La Land that you were subsequently ripping off the greatest musical of all time, for some people too, in The Umbrellas of Cherbourg.
They're not making the greatest movie of all time. They're making the movie that Singing in the Rain came from in 19 whatever.
No, but in the context outside of the film,
although Singing in the Rain is at this point only related to the movie Singing in the Rain. I don't disagree with you there.
Yeah, and I think that the movie then, if it ends with Calva sort of crying, I think that movie right there, I wouldn't have had too much of an issue with. I probably would have been like, okay, because I saw it coming about, once Diego Calva sees the jazz singer, I went, okay, I think I know where this movie is going to end. But then it is the doubling down then of using that sort of arc of where is my place in cinema, using where am I?
Oh, I
Damien
don't think
Chazelle
he
here.
at all is saying that.
I totally think he's injecting his ass into this movie, and I think that by the end, it's like, no, you lost it. Because you're now putting yourself here rather than the history of it, and you get lost in it.
I don't agree.
I know you don't all three agree. That's why
this is what's interesting about the movie is that it is provoking this kind of. It's not even a duality.
It is,
what you're saying is what I think Iñárritu is doing in Bardo, which is him saying, "Man,
way more overtly too."
So hard," which I don't think Chazelle is doing.
No, I think that he can't, and Damien Chazelle is the guy who's like I go hot and cold with, because I think his movies go hot and cold with me, and I think when he is talking about Hollywood, I just don't think it is as nuanced or as interesting as other directors who have had the age and the experience enough to be able to make these sort of commentaries yet. I think maybe a Chazelle in about 15 years can make these sort of comments or whatnot, but it's very hard for me when you're Jay, you're talking about with Iñárritu. It's very hard for me when you're the youngest Oscar winner of all time and you're getting blank checks, and you will continue to get blank checks. People are like, where is his career going to go next? He's not going to make a Marvel movie. He's going to make another sort of film like this and get the opportunities that he has.
That's the question.
He totally will. The guys like this in Hollywood fail.
He'll
make a $20 million.
This feels like the kind of movie that Chazelle's making, as if to say, I am never going to make a Hollywood-themed movie ever again.
Yeah, I agree.
I doubt that Damien Chazelle will never make another Hollywood movie again.
No,
I
think he will. I think the thesis of this movie is like my final statement, but he'll keep making movies.
Yeah,
I mean, because he's young. He's young.
Yeah, and that's the point. It's like you can't say that you're not going to be making movies again, because I damn well know you're probably going to have something great.
But I don't think
week.
This movie is
weird.
I think if he wanted to, this could be his last movie. He's going.
It could be, but it's not.
So would you like this movie more if he never made another movie? Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is it feels weird at a place for a guy that's still in the prime of his career to make like my last will and testament.
But I don't think that's what it is, and I also don't think he's wrong with what he's commenting on in terms of disenfranchisement.
It's also nothing I haven't seen new or done better by other directors
that
before.
To me is a weak argument.
It's a rehash of a rehash. And it's not, because his problems with movies in the past, when he is doing something that feels different and not like what he's doing in La La Land, which feels like rehashings with his sort of spin on it of an Umbrellas of Cherbourg. That to me, it's like, okay, I get that, but that's not who I like. That's not Guy Madeline on a park bench. That's not Whiplash. That's not First Man. That's not the director I like. I don't like the guy that is trying to take other things and try to make it his own. I like it when he just makes.
But those films are also inspired by other movies.
I understand that, but
is original.
But these more feel.
I don't think this one
overt
does. I mean, the
than
only
others.
overt comparison I can think of is Boogie Nights, and that's just because the narrative is similar.
Boogie Nights.
This is not a
Singing in the
knock.
Rain.
This is not a ripping on Singing in the Rain in that way. It's referencing Singing in the Rain. That's a very different thing.
No, I'm sorry, guys.
I do think you can point out like 5 scenes.
Scorsese. There's a lot of Scorsese in here too.
I mean, it is a movie about cinema.
I mean, it's like a copy of a copy.
So it's a copy of a copy of
cinema at this point. It's been around for 100 years, right?
No, I get it, but it just doesn't feel fresh.
Yeah, and it
feels like that.
And you tell
feels
me
like
a movie that takes place in the 1920s and also has footage from Avatar.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I just walked in maybe the wrong theater because I thought like Jim was just doing a highlight reel from the beginning of his neck.
I mean, to be fair, Big Jim is also doing a highlight reel for his own career at the end of Avatar: The Way of Water.
That is true.
That is true.
To be fair,
and
to be
rocks.
fair,
It does rock.
To be clear.
if you were gonna, but if we were gonna say at the beginning of the year that I would be more, if there were gonna be 2 movies with Avatar in it, it would. Probably I would have said, yeah, Babylon's going to be more my kick.
It is funny that Brendan thought I would hate.
I did.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe I just don't know you very well, Jay.
I called
but I had this hunch that I didn't know if it was going to work for you. I think the moral of this whole conversation, JD, is that we have to sandwich this portion out and just release it on its own because people need to hear this
that extra
conversation.
10 minutes that we saved in the first episode.
Here it is.
Here we brought it right back.
We just throw it into the Babylon.
Just when we thought it was out, we pull it right back in.
Yeah, and I do apologize, Ryan. I wanted to get everyone's perspective on it. I know that you're alone. You're the meme of the one guy with the sword, and everyone's coming after him. I did set you up in that way.
I'm just Jon Snow in the
Wick
army,
surrounded by 85 pistols on the poster of John Wick 2.
Yeah.
Exactly, and it didn't turn out well for those other 85 guys because it's John freaking Wick. Thank you, Jay, for calling me John Wick.
Thank you for indulging us, though, in that, Ryan. It was interesting. Obviously, we don't agree, but it is interesting to hear that perspective. And I do think when it comes to execution and interpretation, which this film is very much up for, it can go in a variety of directions. That is,
sure.
I
don't hate the film. I think it's just a miscalculation ending of a movie that would be fine. You know what I mean? It's just and also too. I think like I said, I'd like his other films when they're not trying to tell me something instead of letting me feel it. If that makes sense.
All right. Well, speaking of feeling it. Let's change subjects to my number. We're on my number 7, I think. Let's inject some.
I think so.
Let's inject some agreements here for once, because I think if there's one film we're all going to have on our list, it might be this one. Maybe the only negative thing is that I only have it at number 7. Let's transition from one movie about movies to another movie about movies. Steven Spielberg's The Fabelmans is my number 7.
There you go.
Of the year. I won't spend. It does feel like home. We can actually all breathe now. I won't spend too much time on this one. I'm guessing this will be talked about quite a bit as this episode continues, but I will say that I still don't think we're giving this film enough credit for being simultaneously one of Spielberg's funniest films, as well as one of his most bitter. I mean, it has way more in common with his early to mid 2000s output, which saw him at his most cynical and daring. It is also my favorite era of his career. I've said that many times. It may not have been his string of best movies, but it was his most fascinating era of his career in terms of what he was trying to do as a storyteller, things he had never even thought of doing before. And I feel like The Fabelmans is cut from that same cloth, as it is a very loving film, but just as loving as it is bitter. It's deconstructing his own emotional ethos in a way to say less about where his craft came from and more about his feelings towards it now, and how his parents always fed into that, even if it was an unconscious feeding of sorts. So I'm sure there's more we'll talk about. The film is a film. It's absolutely a movie. And it's kind of a beautiful one. It's a very challenging one, too. So I love The Fabelmans. I want to spend more time with this family.
It's one of those movies, you know what I mean? Like,
it's a movie.
Capital M
movie, like a big screen kind of movie, you know?
Speaking of 2022 events that is hard to forget, that is certainly one of them.
Yeah.
Going from one moving experience to another, my number 7 is Kogonada's After Yang. And what an exquisite experience this is. The cinematography is, of course, great. It is a Kogonada film, after all. The production design, quite spellbinding. I do love how attainable this film is, as it takes place in some sort of distant future, but it's not full of flying cars or spaceships or anything like that. Everything is so organic and interwoven with this grounded realism that complements much of its themes and ideas as it tackles grief and loss, as we talked about in part 1. And I also love how Kogonada channels his inner Terrence Malick and Andrei Tarkovsky with how he captures.
Oh yeah, those digital sequences specifically.
Yeah, the natural sunlight, the use of repeating motifs visually and audibly, and especially with how meditative the film is. It's very methodical. There's really not much plot to it. Everything is subtle. It's this poignant examination on memory. And that to me is what's most transcendent about the film. I think I do love the craft of it. It's fantastic. But what really separates it from me with many other films I saw in 2022 is this idea with memory and getting to look at that prism specifically through the eyes of someone else, through the eyes of a loved one that we lost, and then getting to see what they consider to be important, how they saw the world, how they saw us, how they saw our relationships, and then also thinking about it through the prism of assuming that the memory bank has a limitation to it. How do you decipher what memories to record and what do you save? And thinking about that in my life, I have no idea how to even begin to grapple with something like that.
Sure.
And if I had to only save a handful of memories, 10 of them, we'll say, I don't even know. I don't even know how to begin to look at that. But that's what this film is wrestling with, and how it goes about that with Jake is just truly profound and incredible, especially thanks to Colin Farrell's performance. It is one of the best of his career, one of the very best of 2022. And I just love it. I love this film so much. It has the best score of the year, which I talked about in part 1 as well. The music to this film and the melancholy behind it is so gripping. It is so terrific. It is on Spotify. I highly urge everyone to go out and listen to it as soon as they can and bring tissues. Absolutely, you are going to cry, and it's going to make your day all the better for it. Just don't do it at Thanksgiving.
Yeah, just like you can know from experience with that one.
But After Yang, it is a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful movie that I love. It is my number 7.
Yeah, I have this. Where do I have this? This is somewhere in my 21 through 30, actually. And really the only reason why I couldn't put it higher is because it is one that I need to give a rewatch to see where it ultimately sits. And it's another lingering quality there. It's another one of those lingering films. Seems like from its synopsis, it would be a great companion to another Hirokazu Koreeda film called Afterlife. I don't know if you've seen this one, JD, but the synopsis there is how people only have a week to choose one memory to keep for eternity. And
that does sound like a Koreeda thing to do.
The fact that it also has after in the title, maybe that's even more appropriate. Maybe they are meant to be companions of sorts, but
perhaps.
After Yang is a beautiful film for sure.
Yeah, JD, it's a good movie. Maybe it'll get talked about here a little bit.
No, it won't.
Yeah, it might.
All right.
You never know. My number 6 is a film that I think a couple of us might talk about here later, so I'll try to keep it brief. But my number 6 is Martin McDonagh's The Banshees of Inisherin. I think that it is Martin McDonagh's best film to date. I just, after 3 Billboards, I was kind of like, I think you might need to go back to your basics, dude. I didn't think he really go back to the full basics, meaning going back to Brendan Gleeson and Colin Farrell being in his next film, but sure, I'll take it. But this idea of what it means to have a friendship sort of crumble and leaving someone in an existential crisis as to what they did wrong, mixed with the fact that it is about sort of this then bubbling civil war that we have in trying to find those answers. I think it's really well done. And it's just got one of those biting screenplays that I believe Jay gave best original screenplay to. It's got Colin Farrell's one of his great performances from this year.
No, I gave that to Daddy Kush.
Oh, did you give it to Daddy Kush? I'm sorry, my bad. Carrie Condon, who's
Yeah,
Yes,
it was my
and,
favorite screenplay.
It was JD. That's right. Carrie Condon, who's absolutely amazing. That's who Jay gave Best Supporting Actress to, and Barry Keoghan. And I just think like this quartet of performances are just so great because there's just moments in this movie that sort of linger. I mean, we talk about the scene by the ocean. You talk about Cullum's confrontation drunkenly at night. I think of also too one of those scenes in which it truly surmises what I love about this movie and why it's both hilarious but then also heartbreaking. Is the scene in which Patrick gets beat up by Dominic's father, and Cullum sees this, who they are not talking to each other at this point. And he picks him up and he gets him in his wagon and he starts riding down the road with him, and he can't talk because if Patrick talks to Cullum at this point, a finger is going to come off. He's going to lose some digits. And it goes from being kind of whimsical and sort of almost Chaplin-like with Colin Farrell's reactions to then just deep existential pain. And then the waterworks come out. And your heart breaks for these guys. And in Scene by the Beach absolutely broke me. You got Jenny the Donkey, you got that wonderful dog, great animals in it. It's just an all-around just very mature film. And it's weird to say it's a mature film from Martin McDonagh because it's also about a guy cutting off his fingers. So, it's got just that great sort of blend. And I hope he keeps making movies like this because I really did like it. So, yeah, Banshees of Inisherin.
All right, another movie that plenty of people are going to talk about, so I will be relatively brief as well. Park Chan-wook's Decision to Leave is my number 6. And I mean, I talked about it a lot in our awards episode. Kind of
you did
more than I thought I would. Talked about it a whole lot. I was like, Park Chan-wook is one of our great cinematic masters, which he is. And Decision to Leave it's an interesting movie because we talk about lingering. This is the ultimate lingerer for me. I mean, because when I saw this, I was thinking, oh, that was kind of a straightforward movie for Park Chan-wook. I mean, it was kind of a straightforward crime movie, right? That's interesting that he decided to do that. And then you think about like all the visual tools that he kind of enabled in making that movie. And it is just this puzzle box crime thriller in many ways. Thematically, narratively, the shifting POVs, the change from these kind of painterly static shots to handheld, like Brendan said yesterday, that chase sequence. The only thing that I can compare it to is the chase kind of shootout scene from Black Hat, which is if you're going to copy somebody, make it Michael Mann. That's a good call.
Nice Tong Wei tie in there too.
Exactly. Yes, exactly. I mean, we got some incredible match fades, some harsh Dutch angles. Mm-hmm. It all really, really works. I mean, this is a movie that probably, like in my mind right now, I just know that number 6 is too low. But at this exact moment, it's number 6 on my list, and I'm sure Ryan and Brendan at the very least, JD maybe too. I don't know. We'll see. I know they'll be talking about it a lot, but that's a common theme for Park's works for me. Is that I like them more over time, and I think this will be exactly the same. But even at the moment, it's just like, what an incredible work of cinema from Park Chan-wook.
Yeah.
This is...
I'm just going to jump in. Sorry, JD, because this is also my number 6. So it's just a nice, perfect springboard after that. So yes, I am going to talk about this. It might be too low having this at number 6. You're right, Jay. This is one that could escalate with time because of those hidden nuances at play. It's a film I still have yet to fully comprehend, but it's one I cannot wait to study and watch further. It moves in like this almost insomniatic way, and I guess that's appropriate that it's mirroring the sleep-deprived headspace of our lead character. It is just one of the most artfully innovative films of the year, like we keep talking about, despite being maybe Park Chan-wook's most subdued film to date, at least comparatively to some of his prior films. His filmography is starting to remind me a little bit of David Fincher in some ways. Like they're kind of turning a similar
Solid
corner.
Comp. Yeah,
like David Fincher. Elevated pulp, elevated schlock. But even so, like David Fincher was making movies like Seven and Panic Room, and then all of a sudden Zodiac comes out, and it was sort of like this technological and tonal reawakening of sorts. And I kind of feel like Park Chan-wook is having a similar thing happen starting with The Handmaiden, which still had some of those same things, but there was a different kind of artfulness to it. And that carries through with Decision to Leave, which, much like The Handmaiden, I think these are two ravishing romance films. The romances at the center of both these movies are absolutely titillating, palpable, and beautiful. In this case, a bit more tragic. And you feel it. You absolutely feel it. Tong Wei gives my favorite performance of the year in general. Just those hidden layers are complementary to the film's overall sense of unknowing. But yeah, I love this film as well. I think it's great.
Yeah, I will speak to this real quickly because it is not in my top 10. I feel about Decision to Leave as Brendan does about All Quiet on the Western Front. And it is possible that on a rewatch, and I did mention this when we first talked about it on that Patreon bonus content episode some weeks ago now, Brendan, that I just need to revisit this film at some point.
It really requires that.
I do agree with everything you guys were saying about Park Chan-wook, the director, the cinematography, the editing here, some of his storytelling choices, the way he ends this film, which I did talk about for best ending scene of the year in part one. There is a lot to love here. Park Chan-wook, the writer, I have a few questions right now anyway.
I like how you phrase it that way. They're not quibbles, they're questions.
They're just questions because there is this incredible transition that takes place at the midway point of this film that I don't know if it works for me fully, but it's more of a question at this point, and maybe I'll have some answers to it on a rewatch. And I am eager to revisit this film. It has this incredible rewatchability factor to it. I do love the engrossing mystery of this film, the central dynamic between our two main characters, and not just the mystery, but this possible romance that is lingering there. I don't know, but all of that is surrounding my questions because I don't know if it's fully earned by the end. I don't know if it works, but I was intrigued by it all. Like, I was still fascinating to see where it ends. And, you know, despite my reservations, I do think that final scene is incredibly shocking and riveting to watch. It is emotionally poignant, melodramatic, but still really, really great. I just don't know if it carries as much weight for me as it does you guys in terms of the romance. But again, a rewatch may fix that. Maybe it's a performance thing and less of a writing thing. I don't really know. So I do really like this film a lot. Obviously, it's at number 17 for me. I just have a few questions at this point.
I think that's interesting because I think Babylon and Decision to Leave are both kind of movies where it's like it kind of speaks to what do you value out of your movie watching, right? And it seems to me that Brendan and myself kind of more value aesthetic engagement, right? Like tonal control, which is what those movies are, where JD, maybe you more potentially value, because you really like those movies too. So what separates maybe really liking those movies and loving those movies is kind of more of an interest in aesthetics and tone, kind of at least on the same level as theme and story. And maybe that speaks to it. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud.
Yeah. I mean, it might depend on the experience, but aesthetics and engagement, cinematically speaking, is significant, obviously. A lot of the films in my top 10 are there because of the craft behind them.
Yeah.
Or I think about my pick for best documentary. That is almost exclusively because of its craft. It's got a really compelling story behind it, but for a documentary to have that level of craft, cinematography, that should be considered for best cinematography. It's that good, a documentary. You just don't get that often. Those things absolutely matter to me.
Yeah.
And all of that is exquisite here, but
don't matter. It's just kind of a hierarchy.
Sure, because Park Chan-wook is telling a story, and there are character motives, and there's a romance at play.
Yeah, for sure.
To just completely undermine all of that, you know, a filmmaker is not going to do that, right? And you are
Which we aren't
experiencing
we
this
aren't
as a
doing
story.
that either. I mean,
Yeah,
no,
for
no,
sure,
we're
for
not.
sure.
And to be fair, JD, I don't necessarily disagree with some of those questions that you have, because if I were to look at this script on its own terms, yeah, there might be some romantic gaps in getting to that desired conclusion, but it's something I talked about on that Patreon bonus content, that sometimes it takes a really good director and a really great set of performances to fill in those gaps for us. And regardless of where those gaps might be, I still found myself incredibly moved by what the film was trying to suggest by the end, that it almost didn't matter.
Exactly.
And maybe,
I'm not saying you're watching the movie in the wrong way by any stretch, JD. Don't.
Yeah. No, I'm just bringing that up to say, because obviously we all experience those stories and interpret them in a way that is personal to each of us. And for me, I had lingering questions around motive, whereas in After Yang, I didn't have that experience. And
for sure,
every film I'm going to talk about here in my top 10, I didn't have that experience. And to your point, Brendan, on a rewatch, maybe I will land where you're talking about, where it maybe it doesn't matter. I don't really know.
Yeah.
But as it was on that first viewing, it felt a little contrived. So as engrossed as I was by everything else, and it is great. I had it nominated on several categories in part one. That's the only thing that keeps it out of the top 10. I have it at 17 out of
blasphemy
200 movies that I watched this year.
Unforgivable. I've made the decision that you're leaving this podcast.
It is interesting. I mean, look, all of us have different kind of things that stick with us when we watch movies, right? I mean, I think specifically about Ryan and I during our Verbinski series.
I knew he was going to bring this up.
Yeah,
a cure for wellness.
Cure for wellness. Yeah, it's like I so value what that movie is doing aesthetically, and I think subtly, thematically. And Ryan is like, that script sucks. Yeah, it's not the best, but man, I mean, when you think about what it is implying and what it's showing and not telling, I mean, I think there are a million different ways to watch a movie. Is all I'm saying.
I mean,
sometimes it's interesting to see kind of what we value more than other people,
and sometimes a movie is really good with the mute button on.
Sure.
And that, you know what, honestly, that's a valid thing for a movie to be. It's beautiful to look at.
Yeah. All right, as I get to my number 6, let's go ahead and talk about one of the biggest movies of the year. Let's get into the danger zone. It is Top Gun Maverick. I cannot believe how blown away I was by this film. We had all of these expectations. It was supposed to come out 2 years ago. It gets delayed, finally comes out in 2022. And it is every bit as good, if not better, than its predecessor. And I am a big fan of that original Top Gun. I don't think it's this simple movie about camaraderie and brotherhood and let's go fly airplanes. I think it's actually much more than that. I do think that original Top Gun is actually a fascinating commentary on bravado in many respects.
Agreed.
And I do love how Top Gun Maverick, channels that and then upends it a little bit by then tackling grief. And, you know, I've compared this movie a lot on previous episodes to it being a blockbuster version of Manchester by the Sea. I think in many ways that is exactly what it is.
Man, put that on the Blu-ray.
I do love the film for that.
That is wild. I love it.
I
have heard you say that, but it is to hear it in person is truly a great experience.
But I think that's exactly what it is. I mean, that moment with Iceman is verbatim almost what Lee is regurgitating there in Manchester by the Sea. And I do love that emotional vitality we see in Maverick here, especially when you consider what he experienced, what we learn about him in that original. And I don't need to go into all the details here. You can go and listen to episode 387, I believe was when we talked about that original Top Gun. And of course, we talked about Maverick earlier this year. And even last week for Best Scenes of the Year, I talked about the ending to Maverick and this idea that he is a character surrounded by death. That's what we learn about him in the first film with his parents, especially his father. Then there's the whole incident with Goose. And then moving into this film, there's everything surrounding Rooster's mother, and then of course keeping Rooster away from all of that, I think is incredible. That is not talked about enough, but it is absolutely one of the pivotal things that drives Maverick as a character and the films as a result. And then you couple that with what the film does with all of that visually. So last week, I also talked about that bar scene that takes place earlier in the film. I think is so good.
Sure.
Really subtle. I just love that medium shot there of Maverick looking in as Rooster is playing there on the piano, or even in the action itself. One of you, Ryan or Jay, I believe, brought this up on Extra Film in your honorable mentions, but there's this great moment of action in the film. It might be the first time that Rooster and Maverick are dogfighting, and they get into this rolling scissors. Now, without getting into pilot jargon,
talk about a rabbit
rolling
hole.
scissors. A rolling scissors is one of the most intimate maneuvers in dogfighting because it puts you canopy to canopy, and you're making a circular movement around your opponent and trying to get behind him. And in this film, they get into this rolling scissors, but it's not really meant to be a dogfighting tactic as much as it is. They just want to get canopy to canopy and just look at each other. They're just staring at each other, daring one person to make a move. And it is incredible how this film channels what is the fun element of this film, dogfighting and flying, these jets, and then still channeling that for emotion and really getting into the depths of these characters. I just think is absolutely fascinating. That is by far one of my favorite scenes of this film. And then there's everything at the end of the film, the moment where Maverick, proves that the mission is possible, pun intended. And, all of, the great things about this film, the cinematography, the performances, the craft of it all, I could spend days talking about. But yeah, this is one of the most moving films of the year for me. Top Gun Maverick, this giant blockbuster, is one of the best, not just one of the best movies of the year, but one of the most moving of the year. I love it. It is my number 6.
It's one of the most movies of the year. I have it at number 18. I will say, if I were to rank this list strictly based on rewatchability, it absolutely would be in my top 10. If that were my only criteria, it would be there. It just feels like it came from, I don't want to say bygone era because it almost makes it sound like that's older than what I'm referencing, but it feels like it came from a more passionate era of blockbuster filmmaking, which I kind of miss, honestly. This feels like it was ripped straight from that time period.
Yeah, JD, I did not have it in my top 20, and then I did some rewatches, and I was like, "What are you, an idiot?" And then I bumped this up to like 14.
Okay.
I still just am so impressed with Tom Cruise and what he's been doing over the last couple of years, and I think his collaborations with McQuarrie, both on the page and as a director, I think it's just that, to me, I think just is what makes this and Edge of Tomorrow and those mission films so important, is that sort of collaboration, because you can see it even in the new sort of trailers that we're seeing for Mission Impossible. McQuarrie's just all over it, and it's been the best thing to happen to Cruise, because I think he's allowed him to tackle these characters of his, like in Fallout and here in Maverick, with emotionality that we just haven't seen him do in a long time with these action franchises. So big. And also too, it's just like some of those action sequences, what he's doing in those planes, it's like, it just can't be understated how difficult all that is, and how much of a perfectionist Tom Cruise is, and how that ensemble is insanely done. I mean, for God's sakes, I could watch that 3-hour beach scene cut that they've just been putting on YouTube, and I'd be totally fine with it, because it freaking rolls.
It's
and
great,
the fact that Tom Cruise was just like, you know what, this isn't good enough, guys. We got to reshoot this whole thing. I'm like, all right, he gets movies. That rocks.
I do love that. And with Tom Cruise, I know, Ryan, you mentioned Fallout, his performance there,
Yeah.
which is really good. I do like it, but I think this is by far his best work in years.
No, I
since the
think
early 2000s.
No, I think it's up there. I mean, like, you guys know how much I love the Mission series. And I think that the great thing for Top Gun Maverick is kind of using the formula of these last couple of Mission films and not necessarily, just like plugging it and seeing if it works inside Maverick, but using the emotionality that those films with McQuarrie have sort of been able to tackle and then find a new way in that they've been struggling for like 30 years to get into Top Gun. So that's what I like about it. And I think that has a lot to do with Christopher McQuarrie. And him coming on to the script that they were having trouble with and Cruise trusting Kaczynski, to kind of work with them, using those steady hands to create the movie that saves cinema.
And the last thing I want to say about it, and then we'll get to break, for all of the bombacity of this film, I just love the little moments of subtlety that we get in this film. I mentioned the moment between Maverick and Iceman, and that is probably the most obvious one, but another one that really rings out to me is right before they go on this final mission, Maverick calls Rooster by his real name. He calls him Bradley.
Yeah.
That is a really subtle callback to one of the best moments in the original when Iceman calls Maverick by his real name. He calls him Mitchell after Goose's death. This wonderful moment of humanity. Maverick mimics that in Top Gun Maverick, calling him Bradley, to which Rooster turns around and we see this emotional vulnerability in Maverick. It's this really subtle thing that Tom Cruise does in his performance. And then also shout out to freaking Hans Zimmer, because as that moment is taking place, there is this subtle musical cue. It's quiet, but it's there. You can hear it. Underneath that performance, he uses the bells from Harold Faltermeyer's main theme, and oh my God, like that little ding from the main theme was enough to, like, coupled with Cruise's performance there, was enough to just put me on the floor. I was gobsmacked. Just incredible, subtle filmmaking in a movie that is sold to us as this huge, fun blockbuster. And it is that in many ways, but it's not that exclusively. And I think that's just the brilliance and the allure of Top Gun Maverick.
It cares about things.
It does. It absolutely cares about it. With sincerity.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right, we're going to take a quick break here. And on the other side, it is our top 5 movies of 2022. So stay with us, and we'll be right back.
If I am gone for a long, long time, I'll pack away a fine piece of shine. The sounds of birds chirping with bells draw rings of plums to bags of shells. A smell of bread, a drop of wine, your memory, father of mine. Farewell, my papa. Ciao, papa, mio papa. Time has come to say farewell. I am ready to go, going far. Now I know it will be swell. I shall be gone for a long, long time. Shall be picking many.
You're listening to the InSession Film Podcast. This is episode 516, part 2 of our InSession Film Awards, our top 10 of the year. Before we get to our top 5s of the year, let's first talk about this week's poll.
It's real bad, okay? I don't like those numbers at all.
Just one poll? Those things aren't scientific.
Yes, they are. All this is science. This is math.
All right, so while we're in the middle of our own top 10 lists of 2022, it only seems fair to ask all of you listening to partake in the conversation. So we asked all of you, what is your favorite film of 2022? We threw out a list of options here, and I'm going to get to the results as listed here on the poll website. But I'm going to add a bit of a disclaimer. So first thing I'll say is winning the poll at 32% was The Batman. It received 38 votes specifically, but, big but with this one, 33 of those 38 votes came from the same person. We can see where these IP addresses are in case you did not know that. So for the sake of creating a bit more of a competition here, we're going to count those 33 votes specifically as one. So let's do the math here. Of those 38, 33 actually count as one. So what's that? 6 votes, I think that is.
Yep.
So we'll say that. We'll say that the Batman actually got only 6 votes here. So then in that case, winning the poll at 17% was Everything Everywhere all at once. Not much of a surprise there. We also got quite a few write-ins here. I'll get to those in just a second. That actually was tied for second place there with Tar at just over 8%.
Okay.
Then below that at third place was Top Gun Maverick at just under 7%. We also had quite a few votes here for After Sun at just under 6%. That actually would have tied with the Batman, it looks like, around that same range. And then we had a few votes here for RRR, a few here for All Quiet on the Western Front, The Banshees of Inisherin, Bones and All, Babylon, Decision to Leave. 1 vote here for White Noise, Turning Red, Triangle of Sadness, The Menu, The Fablemans, Nope, and Marcel the Shell with Shoes On.
Okay.
But as far as some of the write-ins, I do want to give some of them some credit here that got listed. We had 3 votes for Ambulance.
Oh, wow.
Jay,
I was going to say, Jay's up to his own old shenanigans again.
Yeah. Drone industry, rise up.
In fact, I think we had a write-in here for Drone in the Street. I got to look up that one. No, we did not. We also had 1 write-in here for Bardo, 1 for Crimes of the Future, 1 for Elvis, 1 for Mad God, 1 for The Quiet Girl, which that's one I really wanted to see, but we did not have access to it, if I'm not mistaken.
I had a screener for it, but ran out of time.
I've been hearing really good things about this one. Maybe I shouldn't watch it because I don't want my list to break now after we publish them.
It's gonna break anyway. Just let it ride.
Just give it a few months, you'll be good.
We also had 1 write-in vote here for The Whale, and that rounds out the honorable mentions list there.
All righty. Can't say I'm too surprised. It's a little bit all over the place, especially with the reshuffling there. But yeah, it's expected for sure. So any thoughts from you guys?
Yeah. How dare you not count my mom's votes for the Batman? I think that's pretty screwed up, Brendan.
Yeah, if your mom is in Germany, is that...
you don't know where she lives. How dare you?
I'm assuming that she's not in Germany right now, but I could be wrong.
Yeah. It's just the Robert Pattinson and all. But the Batman, if it was our number 1 winner, that would be great. Then it's not surprising then if we don't count that for Everything Everywhere All at Once to win, because that's like everyone on the internet's favorite movie, and that totally makes sense. Tar making it's not too far off of making sense either, because that's also like if you're not in for like Everything Everywhere All at Once or like something like RRR or Top Gun, then it's probably Tar. I mean, like Tar, Banshees, and Everything Everywhere All at Once. If you're a critics group, that's the only movies you can select. So, you know what I mean? So,
sure.
But it is nice to see. I think like what's great is like the write-in votes. There's so many different ones. The 1 vote ones I actually find to be more interesting because there's a bevy of those.
Yeah.
And it just proves like when a list like this, it really matters to the individual person what their favorite film is rather than like a consensus. So, I think that's pretty cool.
I'll say this: wee woo, ambulance.
Oh God,
that's it for me.
Hello, InSession Film fans. This is Matt Neglia with Next Best Picture, and I want to tell you about my favorite film from 2022, Daniel Kwan and Daniel Scheinert's Everything Everywhere All at Once. Despite all of the wacky, zany, absolutely batshit crazy, multiverse jumping, and moments of comedy and humor spliced throughout, what Everything Everywhere All at Once successfully pulls off is making sure that it does not lose the heart of the story, which is this fractured family attempting to stay together, whether it is the marriage between Evelyn and Wayman, or it's the relationship between mother and daughter with Evelyn and Joy. By the time Daniel Kwan and Daniel Scheinert and their blistering editing, rapid momentum, and piling of joke after joke, action scene after action scene builds to a crescendo, we ultimately find ourselves grounded, quiet, and in a moment of pure simplicity watch a mother and daughter attempt to reconnect in a parking lot. It was a scene that brought me to tears, and every time I have seen it since, which at this point has been 7 times, I'm still always in awe of how the Daniels are able to get us to that emotional place by the end. Cutting through the noise of our daily lives, the movie is able to tap into our existential fears and ask lots of questions about our own possibilities for what it is that we are truly capable of. So much of our day-to-day is going through the mundane, repetition, and losing sight of the connections that truly matter. Everything Everywhere gave me a renewed sense of purpose, and I truly believe also has the ability to help others see that they too have limitless potential, whether it's achieving true greatness or if it's simply reconnecting with someone that they have previously lost connection with. It is for these reasons and many, many more, Rakakuni anyone, that Everything Everywhere All at Once is my favorite film of 2022.
This is a life free from destiny. Not only what we sow.
You're listening to the InSession Film Podcast. This is episode 516, and now it is time, fellas. It is our top 5 movies of the year. Let's get right into it. Ryan, kick things off, man. What do you have at your number 5?
Well, it's a movie you mentioned a little bit earlier. JD, I just had it a little bit higher, and that's Kogonada's After Yang.
Love it.
I saw this movie way back, like you did, over at Sundance, and it just broke my heart. And I'm rewatching. It was the last rewatch I had before we did this whole thing, and it's just a beautiful sort of tapestry about kind of even some of the ideas of like Pinocchio and even the ideas of Banshees of Inisherin. This really idea about the fact that as a member of your family, someone you might not even be that close to, or that you are close to, is about to leave, how you recontextualize their memories. The idea of also all the regrets or all the things you never were able to say or able to connect with. And the idea of not wanting to let go. I think that that's what makes Colin Farrell's, sort of journey throughout this film really great, is because, you can totally see Jake just trying to hang on to Yang as long as he can.
Yeah.
And Kara's, his wife, played by Jodie Turner-Smith, she's just kind of like, we need an update. We need to make an answer because, Mika's heart, their daughter, is sort of just like breaking the fact that she can't have Yang around her, who is this sort of robot that is really designed for her, but then ultimately, as you learn throughout the film, is really more designed for the family. It feels like when you really look back on it. And then I think, as one of my scenes of the year, the sort of kaleidoscope imagery of Yang's past and how we look at adoption and how we look at memory and how we look at hand-downing things in our lives and how we see the world even as a sort of a recontextuality of multiple lives and multiple meanings of what a fulfillment can be, and how it's painful, it's celebratory, there's love, there's somberness to it all. I just think Kogonada is dealing with themes here that are just, wildly above a lot of other people's pay grades. And he does it with such simplicity and sophistication. And shout out also too, you mentioned the production design, and JD, I know one of your scenes of the year was the tea scene, but I think like the costuming and the design and the artistic design behind these costumes in this world, matte paintings galore. I love a good map painting in a movie, and that movie has that with like sort of the orchard memory scene early in the film as well.
Yeah, that's great too. Yeah.
I just think that there's so much like attention to detail and world building within such a micro budget, and that's what I love about Kogonada's direction and his writing. Is like these are grand ideas done on the skimmest of scales, and yet feel so epic.
Yeah,
and so for that reason alone, it's just a movie that has stuck with me for a very long time.
Yeah, it is very immersive in that regard. I mean, I mentioned earlier that this takes place in some sort of distant future, but I think because of those intricate details and how attainable everything is, it does feel very transportative, and
it doesn't feel that distant though. It does, but it also doesn't. It's kind of one of those futures that, I mean, it's not comparable aesthetically or even thematically, but it kind of reminds me of the subtle futures you see in sci-fi movies like Her or Children of Men.
It's very much along those lines.
There's only slight technological advancements, but it's not like Blade Runner or something like that. It's not trying to be that advanced.
Yeah, it's not outlandish. The technology that they use and experience isn't like, we're not even close to it.
Yeah,
but
it still feels weirdly
it does feel
contemporary,
real though. Yeah.
I mean, like the way that they communicate with one another, like through calling, like just a regular phone call, in FaceTime. It's a wonderful trick of the camera and use of close-ups, but it's also too like really interesting of like, what is the mechanics behind this in the future? How it almost feels as if you are literally in another room when you are having these conversations. So it's a really interesting film about communication and memory and everything roll all together within this futuristic world that just doesn't feel like it's not without an arm's reach away. So I really like this one. That's good.
Yeah.
Not on my list. Moving on.
Damn it, Jay.
My number 5 is
Why do you have to be so cold like that
on the Western Front? All Quiet on the Western Front. Movies about the future are bad. Movies about the past are good. All Quiet on the Western Front. All Quiet on the Western Front is a film that really kind of blew me away. And I'll just say I generally have an interest in World War I, mostly because it's such a petty war. It's such an unnecessary war. It's such a brutal war.
All wars are unnecessary.
Whatever you want to talk about.
Sorry.
All wars are unnecessary, but if you want to say, you can romanticize World War II.
Sure.
You cannot romanticize World War I.
Yeah, that's fair.
Right? It's impossible to do. And that's kind of my point. Obviously, everybody knows me. I'm very pro-war. In this particular instance, not a fan. But you know what I'm saying. It's a very petty war. It's a very weird war, and it's a gross war. You think about the conditions they were living in, and how the technology far outpaced the strategy of World War I. I took a world military history class in college, and my professor said the most accurate representation of war he's ever seen on film. He was a big movie guy. He showed us like a movie clip every class, and he was like, 300, not that accurate. Paths of Glory, most accurate war scene I've ever seen in a movie.
Interesting.
And I think this kind of ups that even further. Kind of just saying how helpless these soldiers were. They were truly being fed into a wood chipper, right? I mean, they were cannon fodder in the most literal and violent and numb sense.
Yeah.
And I think that's never been captured on film as well as it is here. And the kind of discrepancy, the inevitability of these people's fates is so tactile and so emotionally potent in this movie. And it's very hard to witness. It's hard to watch. It's not a fun watch. However, I will say, listening to the score outside of the movie, I quite enjoy. It is such an atypical score for this kind of movie. I mean, it is really astounding.
It's almost industrial.
It is industrial entirely. And what does that say about it? That these soldiers are nothing more than machinery to these people in charge of this war. Right?
That's a good point.
And I mean, it is an embarrassing war, and that is embodied in this film entirely. Especially, I understand kind of the complaints that the diplomatic scenes kind of undercut the viscerality of those war sequences, but I think they're necessary to show how unempathetic the people talking behind closed doors are.
And that embarrassment that you're talking about.
Violence.
Yes.
The brutal violence that's going on in the rest of the film. And look, I had never heard of Edward Berger before, but this is a major work. This is a major work, a major war film, in my opinion. And this is a canonical World War I film for me. I mean, this is right up there. Not quite with Paths of Glory, which has one of the greatest endings in the history of cinema, but it's kind of half a notch below that, which is saying a lot. I think this is a very, very major work.
And I feel like it's hard to say that very instantaneously about a war film specifically. And I think I talked about this during our Patreon bonus content episode, JD, where we were giving this one a quick review during that roundtable gauntlet style review episode. That I feel like we're in a day and age where a lot of these war films are almost trying to one-up each other. And in some ways, there is a brutality to this movie that it's weirdly familiar, but it's also not at all, which I have to give Edward Berger a lot of credit for, that he does some things with the brutality that feel kind of fresh. And also doesn't do it in a gratuitous, well, I mean, it's gratuitous, but not in a way of just asking for us to feel grossed out by what we're experiencing. It doesn't feel exploitative in that way, and that's the difference, which I do have a lot of respect for. Transitioning to my number 5, I know I'm the only one that has this on my list, so maybe I'll be a bit brief with it because we might not have much of a rebuttal. In fact, it might even be a bit of a shock for you guys specifically when you find out that it's not my number 1, because for the longest time, this was my favorite movie of the year. That's the music documentary Moonage Daydream. The Brett Morgan, the Brett Morgan documentary about David Bowie. Well, not really about David Bowie. I mean, it's not really about anything when you really think about it. I have it only at number 5 because I acknowledge that it's really a movie that's more tailor-made for me as opposed to how well these other movies on my list function as movies. So I'm just trying to split the difference, I guess, a little bit. I mentioned this earlier, though. It's not really a movie. It's not really a documentary. It's a kaleidoscopic dreamscape into the mind of an artist. There are no talking heads, no planned interviews, no additional voiceover narration. It is purely a vibe that admittedly won't work for everyone. It could get repetitive, but as someone who just adores the work of David Bowie, it was very much up my alley that I was always immersed in what Brett Morgan was trying to do here. It's really more of an editing experiment than it is a filmmaking one. It almost feels like what Brett Morgan's doing is creating like this seance of sorts, channeling the spirit of Bowie's ghost and never really answering anything, because Bowie was a man of mystery. So he doesn't give you any answers. It's just the way he has perceived art in his life. And he sometimes contradicts himself during some of those archival interviews that we hear, which I find so fascinating. And there is a lingering sadness when you get to the end. It does inevitably talk about Bowie's very unfortunate and tragic passing, and the way he kind of turned it into an art, which I also found kind of interesting. There's a very interesting artistic statement there from Bowie himself. And I do think Brett Morgan is channeling it in a very interesting way. Certainly a movie more tailor-made for me than maybe most other people, but very much up my alley, very much my vibe. I do love this film quite a bit.
It's a good movie. It's a good movie. I like it, Brendan. That's why it was one of my docs of the year in my 5. But yeah, I really liked that it was not your conventional music documentary, and that it felt like it was that kaleidoscopic sort of way of looking at it, and it wasn't in such a linear function either too. It has elements of that, but then it goes back and forth. I like that about it. I thought that it was different than most music documentaries you get, and I really appreciated that. And I know how much you love it and how much of it's sort of in your DNA, so it total makes sense why it's on your list.
Mm-hmm. I too love those audioscape screensavers that Mac provides.
I want to punch you in the face so hard.
I like this movie. I do like this movie.
My God, Jerry.
I can't help but laugh.
What did Brendan ever do to you?
Hey, I'm a good sport. I'm going to laugh at that one. That was pretty good. That was pretty good.
Good stuff there. All right, moving on to my number 5. It is Martin McDonagh's The Banshees of Inisherin. I love this movie. I had this as my winner for Best Original Screenplay of the year. Obviously, Colin Farrell and his performance. I talked about Carrie Condon in part 1 as she won Best Supporting Actress for me. But Brendan Gleeson and Barry Keoghan, even though they just missed my list there for supporting actor. They're really, really great here as well. Same thing with the cinematography and score. They just missed out for me in those categories. But if we were to extend those nominees out to, let's say, 6 or 7, it's very possible that they both make those categories as well. Which is to say, the craft of this film all around is really, really fantastic. And I noted in part 1 when talking about the screenplay here, but I think it also relates to McDonough's direction, that this is not just his best movie, but the level of nuance and maturity in his writing and directing, I just think is incredible. It is so immensely well layered. I think we get such a great understanding of each and every one of these characters and what's driving their choices. There's McDonough's tone management as well, because this film is often very funny. The banter between these characters, the verbal sparring they engage in, and even sometimes the visual cues, it is all layered with really great humor. And then underneath that levity is this striking pathos that I just did not anticipate. That saddening quality is very effective in heightening the loneliness and isolation that these characters are denoting, especially with Podrick, Colin Farrell's character, and just how heartbroken he is. And I talked about the simplicity of the conflict of this film in part 1, and I do love that simplicity. I just love that Podrick is heartbroken that his friend doesn't want anything to do with him anymore. That's all that it is. And in Farrell's performance, there's this genuine, sincere heartbreak and befuddlement. He just doesn't understand. He just wants to know why. Why don't you want to be friends with me? Then we get an answer to that, which is fascinating in and of itself when Colm starts talking about time passing him by, that nobody will remember you in 50 years, but art and music and poetry, those things transcend time. And again, with the simplicity of the Podrick character, like, he hears those things, but he doesn't accept it. Like, that can't be the answer. It can't be that deeply layered. It has to be something more attainable than that. And so he keeps pestering Colm, and it leads to some fascinating decisions that we see at the end of the film.
Keeps poking the finger at him, if you will.
He keeps poking the finger. Yeah, that's one way to put it, for sure. All of it starts to affect Shaban, and it's just so dramatically interesting. There are some pretty brazen choices, as Brennan is alluding to there. It never loses that sense of humor, though. That is there all the way through. And then, yeah, there are some things that happen there in that final act that's quite heartbreaking with a couple of different characters. That beach scene is really great. I love the ambiguity there. Just a lot to love about this film. And I adore it. So it is my number 5 of the year, The Banshees of Inisherin.
I have to thank this film for merely existing, and thank Martin McDonagh for teaching me something that I'm going to probably use a lot on this podcast going forward. Anytime the 4 of us get into a massive argument, I'm going to say, well, I guess we've been rowing. Had no idea what that meant until this movie.
If only we had that on the Miami Vice review.
Call that one Rowan.
No more Miami Vices.
Moving on.
Let's fucking move on.
Right there. That was some Rowan.
Right. For my number 4, this is a movie that's already been mentioned, but I had it just a little bit higher than the rest of you guys, and that is Jordan Peele's Nope. A movie that I just gotta say it. I think Jordan Peele is getting better and better with each film he's doing. I was a big fan of Us a couple of years ago when we did that 2019 list, and I think he's just taken everything from those first 2 films, and he's just like, you know what? I can go bigger, guys. I think I can go a little bigger. You know what I mean? And I think I can go with also having the complexities of a veteran director, and that's what he truly is at this point. I think this is the best directed film that Peele has delivered us already in his 3-film filmography. You mix that in with that gorgeous cinematography from Hoyt van Hoytema, a team that might be one of the best teams of the year in terms of behind the camera. But then on the page, he has these complexities about where we are in the grand scheme of things of big ideas in big cinema. and what we consider the spectacle. This is a year that was defined by the spectacle. We've all talked about movies like Top Gun Maverick and, Avatar, RRR, all these, even to some degree, Everything Everywhere All at Once for some people. That is a spectacle within itself.
The Northman, I would throw
The
in there as well.
Northman, yeah, Babylon. You keep naming them, and I'll keep saying them with you. But this one, I feel, is the blockbuster, the spectacle for me of the year that I will continue to come back to, because I think that Peele here is examining it from a place of a man that has now made himself a household name within a genre, but also now making it in terms of turning into one of those directors now that will get to have a chance to create whatever project they want going forward. With Get Out, he's talking about race. With Us, he's talking about our society and our sort of anger with our political climate. And in this film, he's talking about the audience that's specifically watching this film, the audience that watched his films, the audience that's watching his comedic stuff, the audiences that he has probably sat in himself. And I think Jay mentioned the sort of Spielbergian look at this. This reminds me so much of like Jaws and Close Encounters of the Third Kind, but flipping it into some pretty horrific and consequential ends. They're also talking about the forgottenness of Black artists in cinema and their place in the history books as well here too. But more importantly, it's just a movie about what do we as a society and as a Hollywood machine want our spectacles to be. And how are we consuming that sort of formulaic, machine-like jargon that the four of us have argued about for the last couple of years? And I think that through the superhero machines and the blue people on Pandora and all the things in between, Jordan Peele is examining what is the right kind of spectacle here. And he's doing it not in a cynical way. He's literally asking those questions about, should we be looking at these things the way we do it? Should we be questioning why we're looking at these before they devour our minds and our collective thoughts for the remaining time we have on this planet? So I think that it's such a fascinating, nuanced film, and it's a movie that on rewatch gets better every time. It's got some great scenes in it. Wonderful performances from Daniel Kaluuya and Stephen Yeun and Keke Palmer and Brandon Perea. It's a great, great film from Peele, who I think you can start going up there and saying is in the pantheon of right now one of the best directors working today, period, especially in his respective generation. So, yeah, it's great.
Yeah, I'll never forget my theater experience with this movie. It wasn't even with this movie. It was watching the trailer for this movie. I was going to see, I think, Top Gun Maverick with my fiance, and this trailer came on, and she had no idea what this was. And the trailer is frightening. I'm not the biggest trailer guy, but I will say the trailer it certainly suggests a very scary movie. And throughout most of that trailer, all she kept saying was, nope, 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 nope. And I look at her and I go, so you've heard of this, right? She goes, I don't know what this is, but I ain't seeing it. And she just kept going, nope, nope. And then the title Nope appears on screen. We both lost it. Thank God it was one of the early trailers, because we would have been laughing all the way through Top Gun Maverick.
Oh my God. Yeah, that's great. No, and I think that that's what's also great about Peele too, is that over the last couple of years, he's really been almost like what David Fincher does with his marketing. He's very careful and selective in how he's trying to get an audience to anticipate it. And we assume because of Get Out and because of Us that it is going to be this horror, almost Signs-esque modern era sort of thing. And it is that for a certain extent, but there's when you peel back the layers of this onion, you know what I mean? When you peel back the layers of the onion,
Jordan peel back the layers,
exactly.
Oh, nice.
There it is. It really works on multiple levels.
Yeah, this is a great film. I think I'm the only one to not have it in my top 10. So I guess apologies to all of the Nope stands out there.
Wow. It's a big nope for me.
No, this is
or the unofficial sequel. Hell no.
This is solidly at my number 15. I know that's going to be hard to wrap your minds around. 15, I know. Like Jay was talking about with Decision to Leave, 17, that's too much. So I apologize in advance.
At least it's there, and it's there, and you can just love it.
JD, nobody's perfect.
Look, I just think, it's easy to get caught up in all of the fun new things that Jordan Peele is doing. And I agree with you, Ryan. This is his best directed movie, hands down. His screenplay for Get Out, I think people are forgetting just how brilliant that is. It is the smartest screenplay that I've seen since doing InSession Film.
Pretty good, in my opinion.
It is.
Whatever.
Anyway, I think
Jordan Peele, good.
I think it's more complicated than people give it credit for, and I think it's the smartest screenplay he's done yet. That isn't to say, though, that his screenplay to Nope is without nuance. Of course, there's a lot of great things going on with it, as we talked about when we reviewed it here on the show. So I don't think it's his best screenplay. In fact, I think this one is maybe his most attainable, but his direction here is by far his best directed movie.
Yeah.
So there's still a lot to love here, for sure.
I'm a little bit lower on Get Out than most people are. I think it's a good film. I don't think it is the grand masterpiece that people perceive it to be. And I think that it's because these two films that he's made subsequently since that film scratch that itch that I think others have for it. But it's one hell of a directorial debut. And it is, yes.
I still think it's his best movie. And it's really not close for me, but Nope and Us, I think are. They're both great, though.
We're in a lot of ways, it's like we're pulling hair over three really, really great movies. So
it's almost disingenuous to rank them, really. Yeah. I have my preferences, obviously, but
he's 3 for 3, and that's all that matters.
Weirdly, all feel so different, though. They feel like they came from the same mind, but they also kind of don't. Like, if you told me that they were directed by 3 different people, I probably could believe that. There is something distinct about each one, which I have to give him credit for.
Yeah. All right, I'm cutting you off. This isn't a Jordan Peele pod, and I'm cutting you off with this noise.
Well, what should he make next?
Oh God.
All right, my number 4 is Top Gun Maverick.
Let's talk about it again. Yes, let's do it.
An incredible film. This is one of those movies that I've seen this movie 5 times. I've seen this movie 5 times.
What?
And you know why that is? I think it's just because it's the most agreeable film of the year. And I have heard so many people, not maniacs like us, who see 100 and however many movies a year, or in Ryan's case, I think he saw 3,500 movies this year that were released in 2022.
Oh, it's an off year for him, huh?
Yeah, I know. But I've heard so many people say, wow, that's the best movie I've seen in years. And to the point where I'm like, I think you've like Stockholm syndromed me into agreeing with you on that.
Yeah.
It is. I've heard so many people say that. And it brought people back to the movie theater who hadn't been to the movie theater in 3 years, right? Mm-hmm. That's a sentiment I've heard many, many times. But even beyond that, I just remember going to the theater for the first time and watching this thing and being like, oh, well, this will be fun, dumb fun. And just thinking that was an immaculately made blockbuster with a lot of heart and emotion that I really connected to and just about made me cry. And then later it did make me cry when I became a dad, of course, because everything makes you cry when you're a dad. Especially Top Gun. When you're a dad, Top Gun, that's like catnip for tears. But I do really like the original Top Gun. I like the original Top Gun because it, to me, feels like the embodiment, like it's a 1980s musical where it is appealing to the fundamental sensibilities of people in the 1980s, for better or worse. It feels like a wonderful relic to me. And it feels like a fantasy in many ways. And Kaczynski understands that this is a fantasy world, and he lights it like a perfume commercial very often, especially in that opening sequence where he is recreating the Tony Scott sensibilities, you know, beat for beat in that moment. And just from there, he understands what the world of Top Gun is. I didn't realize I really cared about what the world of Top Gun was until Top Gun Maverick came out. But wow, I really do appreciate the kind of aesthetic of Top Gun Maverick because I really appreciate the aesthetic of Tony Scott. I think a really great filmmaker. But beyond that, I mean, you have Tom Cruise. I said it yesterday when he was in my surprise actor. He really flexes his kind of dramatic acting muscles in this. I mean, you think about all the kind of light, humorous moments of the film. I think the biggest laugh of the movie comes when he jumps out of the window after spending the night with Jennifer Connelly. And then immediately it is undercut by him looking at Connelly's daughter, who says, you know, don't break her heart.
Yeah. Can I just say that one sequence when he is escaping out of the window, the edit there, it has to be deliberately tricky and funny because he is shoved out the window by Jennifer Connelly, and the first thing you see is not him hitting the ground, it's his jacket plopping on the ground. My first thought was, wait, did she just kill him? And I don't know if that was deliberate or not, but that was my first thought, was that was him smashing on the ground.
Well, again, it speaks to the clever filmmaking of the movie.
I think that's what it is.
Incredibly clever film. Yeah. And beyond that, I mean, you talk about the physicality, the tangibility of this movie, what they were able to achieve as far as stunts and just real world. I think that stuff really plays. I hate to harp over and over again on how valuable it is, especially when you hear my number 3, but how hard it is to, or how valuable it is to ground your movie in reality. But I think Top Gun Maverick is just about the best example of that in the past several years. And it is so structurally tight. And I mean, there are 7 sequences in this movie, give or take, where it's just like, that's as good as blockbuster cinema gets nowadays. I mean, you have the final attack sequence. You have the proof of concept sequence with Tom Cruise. You have the won't get fooled again sequence. You have the, sequence at the bar. I mean, it's just over and over and over again. You have the final sequence with Hangman. I mean, it's just the moments of that film just stick in your mind. I can basically, maybe it's because I've seen it 5 times. I don't know, but it's I can basically recite that movie for you verbatim, and I love watching it every time I watch it. And it's just like, if anybody says, "Hey, do you want to watch a movie?" Just like non-specifically, "Do you want to watch a movie?" I'll be like, "Have you seen Top Gun Maverick?" They'll say, "Maybe, no, I haven't." I'll say, "Okay, we're watching Top Gun Maverick tonight." And there is a ton of value in that, in and of itself. And that's why I have it at number 4.
One of my least favorite things about most blockbuster movies, or at least most movies in general, when seeing them in the theater, is when they elicit applause from the audience. There are exceptions, though. And I think in the case of Top Gun Maverick, seeing it with a crowd and people applauding at moments that actually earn them, it's a pretty awesome feeling, and I loved experiencing that. I'm actually really glad.
Because they're earned. Because most moments when people applaud now are like, "Look, that's the hero from Doctor Strange issue 765."
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
No, Jay, it's actually that's not just one Spider-Man.
Okay,
that's
let's
3
stop.
Spider-Mans.
Stop. Let's get away from Marvel. There's no reason.
That's not the rabbit hole I was
up.
asking for. I was just saying
Let's
applause.
There's no reason.
You knew what you were doing, Brendan.
Yeah,
you knew what you were doing.
I was poking the bear once again. I am glad you brought up Joseph Kosinski, though. I feel like his name gets kind of lost in the shuffle when it comes to that. It is a very well-directed film, for sure. And speaking of well-directed films, I'll transition from that to my number 4. I think there's at least one other person here during this conversation that will have this in their top 5. My number 4 is Charlotte Wells's After Sun. This is where it gets hard because I feel like my 1 through 4 can almost be interchanged depending on what mood I'm in. So this is my number 4 right now. Maybe it'll change to number 3 in a couple minutes. I don't know. But I do really love this film for the reasons that JD and I talked about on that main show episode.
Yeah.
It's a movie that left me feeling devastated despite not really knowing why. All I know is I was left feeling overwhelmed by whatever sense of nostalgia and memory that Charlotte Wells was attempting to communicate here. And I think that's what I love the most about the film. It doesn't really depict a very... it actually does depict a very specific familial relationship under very specific circumstances, but it's not dedicated to just those things. It's an all-encompassing movie about what it means to know your parents just a little bit better than you did before, especially as children. Because when you're young, you often see your parents as kind of indestructible, I guess, at least I did. So you don't really realize the kind of hurt that they may be bottling up. And I think Wells is tackling that in a very universal way without ever telling you that that's what she's doing. Maybe she's doing something completely different. I don't know. But there's something about the emotionality here that wafted over me despite not really knowing why. And sometimes those are my favorite things. If I can't explain why I was moved by it, I just keep going back to it. And I keep going back to this one for those reasons. I think it's really good. It's probably not one I'll rewatch all that often, but it's because I don't need to. There's so much about it that's just been burned into my memory, kind of seared there, and I think it's quite beautiful.
Yeah. Great film. Good movie.
Yeah, just on the outside.
And that's the last we'll hear about it today.
It's just on the outside of my top 20. It is my number 21 of the year. I hate math.
All right, moving on to my number 4. Let's talk about Papa Spielberg. Let's talk a little Fabelmans. That sits here at my number 4. I don't know what else to say about this movie that hasn't already been said and will probably be said even more as this show
This ain't
goes.
the last time we're talking about this movie.
But I do...
Wait, what movie is this? It's a blind spot for me.
Yeah, it's this guy, Steven Spielberg. I don't think he'll make it, but
okay, all right.
Anyway, it's interesting because we've been talking about Spielberg and how he channels cinema and what that means to him with how he utilizes it here. I think what's so interesting about that idea for me is how that, I'm assuming for Spielberg, we certainly do see it with Sammy here, how he uses that to look inward at situations in his life, specifically with his family, that he cannot articulate. He struggles to understand why these things are happening to him, why his parents are separating, why his parents are falling apart. He has no answers to them, and he has no control in any of it. But what he does have control of, though, is his camera, is his editing machine, is his art. And I think that's what's so transcendent to me with this film and what Spielberg is suggesting, that art is the most necessary when we don't have those answers. And how he ciphers that with Sammy here, with him clutching to his camera like it's oxygen. It's his lifeblood. That editing machine, he could not survive without it. Even though at a certain point in the film, it becomes the nucleus of the problem. I talked about this last week from my favorite scenes of the year, where he stays up all night editing this reel for his mother, which is supposed to be a gift. An interesting twist of irony there. But he finds evidence that is the contrary to what he believed to be about his mother. And it's astonishing how he reacts to it. And again, instead of processing what he's seeing, he just keeps going. He just keeps editing and then keeps the footage and saves it for later. And I just find that absolutely fascinating. And that idea continues on as the film goes. Brendan, you talked about the hallway sequence with one of his bullies as well last week, because it's the same thing there. He can't control the bullying, but what he can control is this film that he's been tasked to make. And he's able to portray his bullies in a way that gives him control. It gives him a little say. Did he go into it with some sort of intention? Who knows? Maybe not.
Yeah.
But he did have control, and that's all that mattered, because it helped him cope with something that he otherwise had no say in the matter. And I just love that about this movie and how Spielberg goes about depicting that here. And then there's the cinematography. The way this film is shot, it is one of the best shot films of the year. It's one of the best edited films of the year. That specific edit in the mirror is maybe the edit of the entire year. What
icky
incredible
stuff, though.
moment
Like
there.
I love that though.
Absolutely. And it also speaks to conversations we've had on the show, broadly speaking, about film and this idea of how it's about. I think what's also fascinating about The Fabelmans is this is not the first time he's tackled this material in his movies, whether consciously or unconsciously.
Yeah.
As what we learned with Close Encounters of the Third Kind, and then he does it more overtly in something like AI.
Catch Me If You
His
Can.
upbringing has influenced his films in ways that he didn't know. And then it becomes something he utilizes as his career had gone on. And yet, despite knowing that story about Spielberg and seeing it in all these other movies, that doesn't make this film redundant in any way. It is so incredible how he takes something familiar and turns it into something so intimate and raw. This is not cloy sentimentality. It's not that at all. And I know Spielberg is known for sentimentality in his films. This is not that in any way, shape, or form. And it just becomes just one of the more grounded, poignant human movies of the year, and how it points back to cinema as this thing we can go to help us understand the world and in ways that we otherwise cannot, is something that, even though I'm not a filmmaker, just as a lover of cinema, I can relate with that in these really deeply transcendent ways. So yeah, The Fabelmans, easily one of the best films of the year. It's my number 4.
Yeah, JD, that's a really good film, and we might as well transition to my number 3 film of the year, which is Steven Spielberg's The Fabelmans, a movie that's
first time it's on this list. I hear
it's a miracle it made it on anyone's list. It's just
Certainly
one
the
of
last
those
time we'll talk
coincidental
about it,
things.
that's for sure.
Yeah, nobody at all. This is the highest it'll go. The train stops here.
Oh, the little boy train? Is that what
The little boy train
gonna crash in the closet?
It's got to crash
Let's
it. Why
not call it
does-
can we not call it the little boy train? Can we come up with something a little?
Okay, the little
Let's call
Steven
it the-
Spielberg train, the crashing
Sammy's train.
Sammy's train.
I don't like little boy train. That doesn't taste good coming out of my mouth.
All right. Okay. You weren't the one who said it, but all right.
Someone's got a problem with little boy trains.
Oh my
All right. Anyway.
Fine.
Anyway.
Sammy fell in
I'm
the train. That crashed.
Just
How about
gonna
that?
say this about The Fabelmans, because we've said a lot about The Fabelmans. It is miraculous that this is also a movie that we all had pretty much different scenes of the year be our number 1 scene of the year. Something that is a first time in InSession film history for any list that we've done in the last 5 years for us to have a consensus number 1 on anything.
Mm-hmm.
So it must mean that a movie like this is truly special. And I think the reason why a movie like this is special for us and for people that really like it, and no, I don't care about any of the people online that have sort of backlashed it or do what they normally do with movies like this that are very personal to directors and sort of, get all the awardsy about it. And JD and I have had many conversations about, the kind of style in which people talk about that. Yep. I think that the thing about this movie is it ultimately is not just it's a movie that's packaged in about, when you walk in, this is a movie, loosely based off Steven Spielberg's life. But when you see the film, you got to know that that's not just what Spielberg's going for here. He's going for the fact of what it means to be an artist, the sacrifice and the emotional damage it can take on you as you are going on this journey to become an artist in any field. And it's this wonderful dichotomy between his two parents. I talked about in my scene of the year, this sort of idea between needing this acceptance of both of them in order to finally be able to have the emotional confidence to get over that ladder. And JD, you mentioned obviously the scene that leads to the reveal of that editing footage, which is an astonishing editing and directorial achievement mixed in with John Williams' score to contextualize all that emotionality of this family falling apart. Also the mirror scene, which is, I think, one of the most horrific things in a non-horror film this year, because it's terrifying.
Yeah.
But it also makes a complete sense of how Sammy would contextualize these moments. Brendan is absolutely right. There's never has a movie been more honest and absolutely true in depicting the fact of a girl from that's going to go to Texas A&M being super religious. That makes total sense. I didn't think that Steven Spielberg would hit it that hard on the head, but yeah, congratulations, Bob Spielberg, on that. But ultimately, it's a movie about, the fact that, yes, everything that Judd Hirsch says absolutely comes to the forefront for Sammy. But what's so different and special about this occasion, as opposed to what happens to his mother and her giving up sort of the piano, and his father of losing his family in the process of his passions, is that Sammy is the constant between the two of them that they can agree upon, and that has the best parts of them, and that they can build upon. And as someone that sort of, like I've mentioned before, has kind of parents that are very similar to the ones here in the Fabelmans, and that went through a divorce and everything too, I related a lot deeply with Sammy. For the simple fact of, I think that we're all dreamers and we all want to do something with the camera, or do something with cinema, and how it sparks memory, and how it sparks us to think beyond just what is a person riding on a bicycle with an alien in the front, or a guy with a whip, or a big shark in the ocean. I think that they can do more than that. I think that they can transcend time and meld wounds within a family together. And I think it is Spielberg's best film since Catch Me If You Can. I think that this is easily a top 10 film in Spielberg's filmography. And if I even go in a couple of years and love it upon rewatch, I could definitely say this is a contender for potential top 5 Spielberg film of all time. That's how confident I am in this movie, and how much I love it.
I don't think it could grow. It could grow in that way for me. I think I have it at like 8 or 9 in Spielberg's filmography.
I have it at 6.
Yeah, but the fact
it's like
that
right there.
Yeah, I mean, what has he made? 33 major,
It's been a lot of movies.
Yeah, major films, not including some of his earlier works, even before Duel. But yeah, to have something this new of his ranked this highly, regardless if it's in the top 10 or not, is pretty awesome. He's good at his job.
Yeah, turns out.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm maybe I'm wrong. You know what I mean? Maybe.
Yeah, I don't like this movie, so I'm not going to talk about it. But what I will talk about is my number 3 film, which my number 4, Top Gun Maverick, I feel like is kind of the best American blockbusters have to offer, and my number 3 is kind of the best that the world has to offer as far as blockbusters are concerned. I'm talking about S.S. Rajamouli's film RRR.
Rise,
Easily,
Roar, Revolt?
Yes, at least in America. There's a ton of other variances across the world. But easily the best time I had at a movie theater this year, and it really felt like watching all my favorite movies at one time, and then 5 movies I didn't know I loved additionally on top of that. It is... you talk about Babylon as the most movie of the year. This really gives it a run for its money, 100%. I mean, it is a wholly engrossing film with some of the best action you've ever seen, some images that you've never seen before in your entire life, which I find a great amount of value in. I mean, you have this wonderful central kind of bromance with Ram Charan, who was a nominee for me for Best Actor, and N.T. Rama Rao Jr., who, when asked why they hadn't been in a movie before, I believe N.T. Rama Rao Jr. said, because they couldn't afford us. So this is the most expensive movie in the history of Indian cinema, and it is all there on screen. Does a movie necessarily have to look realistic to have great special effects? No. And
No.
RRR is proof of that.
It just
Because
has to be inventive.
What RRR is doing is being it's being inventive. It's showing you things. Honestly, I find more value in something that looks unrealistic but can only be realized via CGI rather than something that looks really realistic but you just could have done in real life, right? So RRR is this extraordinarily heightened film with some of the most original creative action sequences you've ever seen. Have you ever wanted to see an extraordinary scene of violence where someone is piggybacking on the shoulders of another man? You should go check out RRR.
Whole sequence is insane.
And that might be the 3rd best scene in the movie, to be clear. So It's I mean it's a remarkable film, and it's also one that I find a great amount of kind of honesty and sincerity and love between the two characters. I mean, they go back and forth. Their allegiances are occasionally in question, and you're never fully sure in which direction these characters are going to go, which I think is good screenwriting and good direction and good performances. But it is always wholly entertaining. You are always wrapped up in the movie. It is a true shame, in my opinion, that Netflix does not have the Telugu original dialogue version of the film on. They don't have it on Netflix, which I think is a real bummer, because I think it really takes away from the performances, which are incredibly charismatic in the film's original language. So go check it out. Don't watch it on Netflix. Find it some other way in Telugu.
Yeah.
Do that.
This is a really great film. We've reached the point of the show where I have now gotten a chance to talk about all three of the films that I consider to be my 10 B, C, and D, because this sits at number 12 for me. So this was very much in that conversation, as I noted earlier. I absolutely love this film. I've talked about it quite a bit in the last few weeks, especially that Dosti sequence, but everything about the film is great. And I agree with you about the use of CG here. And I do kind of love the brazen quality that it is fake. The film knows that it isn't real and just doesn't care. Like, it just leans into that sheen anyway.
It's punching above its weight as far as realism is concerned.
Yep. And it's just having a lot of fun. It's just having a ball with it all. That compound raid sequence is incredible as well.
Incredible.
Yeah, there's just some. I mean, that whole sequence where I forget the character's name, where he jumps over that fence and fights off literally like 300 guys.
I will say this, that right
So
there.
good.
If we're ranking these movies, or at least we're picking components, like what is the best character introduction of the entire year, that might top the list.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah,
incredible.
Yeah. I have this at number 20. It was actually one of the last films I watched in preparation for this discussion, and I'm glad I finally got a chance to see it in the right way, in its right language. So seeing it in that way was certainly helpful. It is, in one sitting, a little bit exhausting, I'll admit, because it feels like it ends 17 different times.
I do feel like seeing it in a theater is very beneficial.
Yeah, you're probably right.
I agree with that.
Yeah,
it's very, very long, especially for an action movie.
It is very long, but it's interesting. It's like you could watch the exact same movie, but see it in a theater, and it feels like it's not the same movie. At least watching it for the first time, vibe
RRR felt like a party. It was incredible.
I would love to have seen that with a crowd that was engaged with it. You talk about movies eliciting earned applause. There are moments here where I could see that happening for sure.
And the one thing I want people to know before they watch that movie is it is not this parody of an action movie. It is an incredibly sincere movie.
Very sincere.
It is.
Take it at face value.
It's ridiculous.
100%.
I mean, the movie's ridiculous, and it can be kind of silly at times, but that doesn't mean it's making fun of anything.
Yes,
like
exactly.
That's just part of the culture. That culture of Bollywood cinema really just thrives on the grandness and the extravagance and the ridiculousness of it. And I think it's a lot of fun. So transitioning from that to my number 3 pick, I'm going with a film that is obviously clearly on the exact same budgetary landscape as RRR. Marcel the Shell with Shoes On is my number 3 of the year. Obviously, I'm being a little sarcastic there, saying it's on the same level as RRR.
It was a $600 million movie.
It was. Absolutely was.
Of course.
And this is one that kind of...
Day 24.
Well, there's such great action in Marcel.
Oh, there absolutely is. All those tennis balls, man, I was riveted.
That raisin?
The raisin.
The violence was a little unnecessary.
It was. It did get a little gratuitous. That's why it's not my number 1.
The nunchucks with Nana Connie were a little much.
Oh man! In seriousness, I didn't even have this in my top 5 for a while, let alone my top 10. But this is where that lingering quality you were talking about, Ryan, as we talked about the year as a whole, really took over this film for me. Rewatching it again, I loved it so much more. I feel like I always reserve a spot on my list for a film that functions as like my quote-unquote Paddington pick, if you will, a movie that is simply about being good to one another. And this one really did that for me this year more than any other film. And what really struck me the most this time around was really focusing on the film's more meta components, and we didn't talk much about this, JD, when we reviewed the film on our whatever episode that was on the main show.
Yeah.
But the fact that Dean Fleischer Camp and Jenny Slate used to be married in real life, and here they are working together, directly discussing notions of lost love and failed relationships, almost as if they're making this film about themselves.
Crazy.
I found the film way more courageous this time around, and that's the word I kept coming back to. The idea that you're able to therapeutically address what went wrong and make it right in a very new way. I found something very fulfilling about it, and it also has what might be my favorite line of the year, which is, "Do you know why I smile a lot? Because it's worth it." There's a good chance I'm going to get that tattooed on my arm sometime this week.
Oh my God, that line. Good Lord.
Yeah.
Oh, Brendan.
I could see Jay sitting back just thinking about how he can, step on Marcel as hard as he can.
Not my favorite movie, I will say. But I like it.
Yeah, I liked it a lot more on rewatch, though. I think before this rewatch, it was sitting somewhere at like number 22 or something like that, and now all of a sudden it's in my top 3. I think it's wonderful.
Yeah,
God, it's such a good movie. It's such a good movie, Brendan.
Yeah.
Good job.
Very good movie. This sits at number 16 on my list. So yeah,
Okay.
I very much quite like it as well. Going to my number 3, one of the most inventive films of the year, Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. Also, one of the most moving films of the year as well. I don't even know where to begin to talk about this movie.
Well, my number 2 is... No, I'm just kidding. I didn't. No, not that time? Okay.
Not quite.
Not quite.
It's absolutely bonkers. I guess I'll start there. I do love the wild creativity of this film. It is blisteringly hilarious. The Rakakuni sequence is one of the best of the year. Absolutely love that. The 2001 sequence had me on the floor as well. Just so much to love about the humor of the film before it begins to transition into this profound examination of fighting for your family and trying to find yourself in the middle of all of that, which is so interesting because Evelyn, she's this mother, she's dealing with the mundanity of her life, doesn't really think much of it. And throughout the film, she comes to realize that her banality, the messiness of her life, is really just a matter of perspective, and how that comes about through this incredibly innovative, multi-universal concept that the Daniels come up with here is just so incredible to me. And especially when you couple it with Michelle Yeoh's performance and Kei Kwan's performance, as we talked about in part 1. And I do love not just the tender quality of the performances, but as we noted yesterday, the subtle reflective nature of them as well. I just love that Michelle Yeoh in every scene is not really sure what to make of her life, and every iteration of herself that she comes across makes her reconsider that all the more. And then you couple that with her daughter and this almost bleak mentality that she has throughout the film, and really what she's trying to achieve at the end is obviously quite arduous. And yet to see Evelyn keep fighting through every obstacle to reach her in some sort of way. And I also love the irony. I love the complexity of this film and what the Daniels is doing, in that even when Evelyn does reach Joy and wants to pull her back into reality, there is this interesting duality that Joy just wants her mom to let her go. That maybe the best thing for them isn't to have any sort of relationship. And Evelyn does consider that. For a brief moment, she does let go before having the epiphany that life is fleeting, it's messy, and it's worth going through that mess together. And then reverting on that decision to let her go and then going after her anyway. And then how the Daniels, goddamn, how
I hear it? Do I hear the voice breaking?
How they go about reflecting that visually with this rock going over the sequence, with a version of Evelyn helping this chef get Rakakuni back. I mean, there's so much about what's taking place there. And then there's everything with her husband, Wayman, that is fantastic as well. I just love how the film, it never loses that fun. It never loses that humor. And it couples very well with the tender emotion that is always driving much of what we see here, relationally speaking. And I love it. It's a one-of-a-kind movie in that regard. And I absolutely ate it up. And on a rewatch, especially, it destroyed me all the more.
Yeah.
So it is my number 3 here.
It's my number 12. I'm almost afraid to rewatch this one because I think if there's any one that I rewatch that's going to potentially break my top 10, it could be this one. And I guess maybe selfishly, I was happy with the 10 that I had, but I do love this film quite a bit. I'm actually really looking forward to giving it a rewatch because it is so odd and just so entertaining. I'm really curious to see what new things I can pick up on. For how popular this movie is, I have to ask, are you the only one that's going to have it in your top 10 out of the 4 of us? That's kind of surprising.
It is interesting. I think Ryan mentioned earlier that this has become the film that film Twitter is championing in a lot of ways. I really hope, I pray every single night that this film does not win Best Picture. I hope it has. I hope it does nothing at the Oscars, and not because I don't love it. Obviously, I do. But how many times have I said on this show, Brendan, the best thing that ever happened to La La Land, the best thing is that it lost Best Picture. When you win Best Picture, everyone comes after you. I don't understand why, but that is the culture that we live in now. And when this wins Best Picture, people are going to come after it with haymakers, and I just don't want to have to.
I guess it depends on the movie.
I was going to say, I think that depends on the movie, JD, because of the fact that you look at a movie like Parasite, which had an enormous following, like I think similar to this. You look at a movie like Moonlight. You look at a movie like, you look at a movie like Nomadland. There are movies within a year that people just gravitate to, and it ultimately ends up being the unanimous number 1 film for so many reasons, and it connects it. And I think what's so great, not just about Everything Everywhere All at Once, and it is my number 25 film of the year, and this is a movie that I was really high on, and I think that the second and third act are so strong, but the first act to get there is a lot to get there, and it takes a while to get going. And that was even problems I had when I first saw the film. So it's still a really, really good movie, but others have just surpassed it for me. But it also, in a year where we're talking about celebrating cinema, this is a movie that I think even beyond if it wins or doesn't win Best Picture, it is going to open the doors to the next generation for them to get into cinema. And, Jay, not necessarily directors, but people in the door to see movies because of all the references. Yeah, this is what kind of like The Matrix did for a lot of people in the 90s and leading into the 21st century. It opened a door into, that sort of indie filmmaking, but then taking it to the next level. And then hopefully, it builds from there, and we get more films like it, or we get people to appreciate sort of out there cinema, because this is a movie that's taking extreme risks and swings the way the Daniels normally do. And I think that it's great performances as well. For me, it's just, there were a couple things that just didn't elevate it to a top 20 status, but still 25 out of 200 films is still a really good thing to say. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And, but also, if we're living in a world right now, this being the awards hat guy on, okay, if we're living in a world where the top 5 sort of contenders, right, as of right now, are Everything Everywhere All at Once, The Banshees of Inisherin, The Fabelmans, Top Gun Maverick, and potentially either like Elvis or Tar, depending on who you talk to. That's a pretty good.
That's a great lineup. That's a great lineup.
No one here can really dispute if any one of those films win, and those are potentially your winners right there. So,
But
I think sometimes years are outliers, JD, and I don't think that this one will be in the realm of
Everywhere
Coda.
all at once is that it is the most online film of the year. That is the problem with the movie, is that people are yelling in one direction or the other about how great it is or how bad it is, and there's no in between, and that's how internet discourse works now. I mean, that's it.
Yeah.
And I, as much as I
Worse,
want,
you could be Coda, which doesn't exist.
well, they proving my point there. As much as I want to believe you, Ryan, I feel like I have to see it to believe it. What I've seen with internet discourse over these last 10 years and the evolution of it, I guess I've just built a cynical bone in my body when it comes to winning awards, or at least winning Best Picture. And I've seen a contingent out there that is very much against this movie, as Jay is talking about. And if it wins, as much as I want to believe you that maybe this is a Parasite or a Moonlight, and those are really the only two I feel like I can say confidently has none of that backlash. I don't see a world right now where if this wins that it's safe. I just don't. I think a lot of people will come after it, and I think it's going to be
film Twitter
disingenuous and unnecessary.
Film Twitter, remember, is a little bit of a vacuum. I think if you ask, your friend who's not on film Twitter, what do you think of Everything Everywhere All at Once? Oh, I had a really good time with it.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine that's what they'd say.
Also, too, I also think that, it's a movie that a lot of people really love and responded to. And I think the reason why some people are hesitant in picking it to win is because of the idea of it being their favorite film of the year. And I know a good friend of mine and a guest on Extra Film a couple times over the last couple of years, Kevin Lee, it's his favorite film of the year. And he writes with us over at Awards Watch. He says, I'm not picking it in any category because I don't want to get my heart broken, because the Academy does that so many times. But I think that we all kind of forget pre-pandemic Parasite won Best Picture, and that was like a joyous day on Twitter. And I think that if Everything Everywhere All at Once wins, I think we'll be more inclined to that. There will be obviously some people that are a bit like, haha, I told you so, or whatnot like that. But for the most part, it would be a groundbreaking kind of film to win Best Picture.
I think the detractors, maybe there won't be as many as we might think, but I think their voices will be loud enough to feel like it might be bigger than it actually is. The thing about Parasite is that, I don't know of anyone that disliked that movie. Like that
Moonlight. It felt like everyone and their mother wanted both of those to win, and I have not seen that with Everything Everywhere.
But those are two extreme examples. Those are movies that almost had the power to bring about world peace. They were.
But that's the problem, though. Is you have it has to be those extremes.
Friends, if I poll 20 of my friends and I say, "What did you think of Moonlight?" 13 of them will say, what is that? So, I mean, it's, you just got to consider the kind of insular world of movies these days. It's a weird place for movies.
And again, I say all that to say I would just rather avoid it all, to be more on the safe side of things.
Just give it to Elvis and let's be done with it.
Let's just give it to Ticket to Paradise.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Puss in Boots too.
Yeah. Because I just want to be able to watch this film and talk about it and not have to even think about that kind of discourse as if Coda, like I feel terrible for Coda fans. And I really like that film a lot, but if you tweet about that film, just prepare yourself. You're facing gunfire unnecessarily, I think. But that is the world of awards, and that's how it works. And with Everything Everywhere All at Once, this is such an anomaly. The originality of this film is just something we don't see all that often. It's this crazy, weird movie that the Academy typically never embraces anyway. You have the narrative of its leads, which are absolutely incredible, and if they win, if Michelle Yeoh wins and Ke Huy Quan wins, I mean, that's great. I'm all for that. And if they don't, that's great too. But when it comes to Best Picture, that's a little bit of a different story.
I think if it wins, we got to give an honorary Oscar to the Wachowskis, because really they paved the road.
Yeah.
So let's just consider that a win.
Okay.
Yeah. No,
Well, there
I
you
mean,
go. But-
like The Matrix walks, so then this movie could run. And but that doesn't mean that one is better than the other or taking down. I think it's like, I think sometimes history gets better, because The Matrix wasn't embraced in its time. And
This is a very Gen Z movie, right? I mean, that's
it's like Gen Z Matrix, and I think that's great.
It is truly potentially the dawn of a new era of cinema.
Yeah, and not a bad thing. Actually, it could be a very good thing.
Yeah.
I'm just kind of
it could be a
surprised.
very good thing.
I'm surprised the guys that made Swiss Army Man have captured people this much, because I remember that movie kind of not getting the response that this one is.
Well,
but
Ryan, how about the death of Dick Long?
I know. I was just going to say, we reviewed that movie a couple of years ago.
It's a
So
very funny movie.
it's kind of
Very dark.
always interesting what hits people, and it's hit people in such an emotional way, just like you, JD. So the passion's there, and I'm sitting here as the most awards guy here, telling you, if this movie won Best Picture, I'm going to sleep very well that night.
Okay.
Very, very well that night.
Enough Academy Awards. Back to the InSession Film Awards.
Well, I just wanted to bring all that up to I guess give a little bit of context as to where I sit on this film, because for me, there is another film I'll talk about here shortly, but this might be the most moving experience I had all year.
Yeah,
especially on our rewatch, and I do fear that being taken away because of discourse.
No,
which is why I bring that up.
It's moving so many
They
people.
can't take it away from you. Just don't let them. I mean, it's your experience.
The greatest
That's a good
thing
point.
that man has ever built on that app is the mute button, my friend. It's been used a lot.
Or
this
the
year.
ability to tweet back and say "screw you."
There you go. Either way, depends on how much whiskey
Also,
you have
a
in
red
the glass.
X in the top left corner if you're really feeling frisky.
All right. Well, before we get to our number 2 picks, we do have another voicemail to get to. Let's hear from friend of the show, Jeff Zhang. Jeff, what was your number 1 movie of 2022?
My name is Jeff Zhang, editor and critic for Strange Harbors and co-host of the Strange Harbors podcast. And my favorite film of the year is Martin McDonagh's The Banshees of Inisherin, a movie about mounting pettiness amidst an imploding friendship. It's an effortless mix of tones that switches from darkly comedic to devastating, to maybe even a little hopeful, with Carrie Condon's wonderful performance as Siobhan. Everyone is in top form with McDonagh's sharp and versatile script, Colin Farrell's sad sack nice guy performance is one for the ages, and Brendan Gleeson's gruff abrasiveness is pitch perfect, paired with his deranged bloody ultimatum. Throw in Barry Keoghan with the most wrenchingly tragic performance of the year, and you have McDonagh's best film since In Bruges. It's a chameleon of a movie whose various threads about our obsession with niceness, about legacy, about the human condition are all drawn with equal potency. There's no experience at the movies in 2022 that was quite like The Banshees of Inisherin.
All right. Thanks, Jeff, for your message there and your pick of The Banshees of Inisherin, a film.
What a
that I
feckin'
love.
movie.
What a feckin'
Yeah,
movie.
what a feckin' good pick. Yeah.
All right, let's get to our number 2 picks of the year. Ryan, what do you got?
Yeah, this one was mentioned a little while ago. I think I might be probably the highest on it, and that is Park Chan-wook's Decision to Leave.
Good man. Decision of you to stay on this show.
Exactly. It is the proper placement for people putting it too low. No, I'm just kidding. No, I am in the bag for Park Chan-wook. I think that he is just like one of those guys that goes away for like 5 or 6 years, comes back, drops a masterpiece, and walks out the door. And I hailed the Handmaiden, the film that speaking of Parasite, a movie that people sort of kind of forgot how great The Handmaiden was once Parasite came out. And it's not director Bong or Park Chan-wook's fault for that. It's just, I remember seeing The Handmaiden having just like this, holy hell, what a movie. Like that is like an experience of almost an assault on the senses at times too. And you're just like, wow, he's doing things with the camera that I don't even know you're allowed to do. And
sure.
And what was funny is I saw this film at like Fantastic Fest, which is like a very genre festival in Austin. And so everybody's kind of like expecting that, right? You're expecting like the over the top sex and the twists and the turns and everything that you would find in a Park Chan-wook film. And then, nope, the guy just says, I'm going to subvert all those expectations and give you probably, like, I think JD or Brendan or Jay said that one of the most subtle films of the year and one of the most heartbreaking, films and also tender and romantic. And, just it's like this modern updated version of like, a great Hitchcock film. I got hints of Vertigo and North by Northwest and various different other things too in this, other noir classics as well. But then also too, just the intimacy and the detailedness and the specificity that Park Chan-wook has carried throughout his illustrious career. Someone that I just think is the most meticulous person outside of the United States when they're behind the camera. And these two performances, Park Hae-il and Tang Wei, are the duo of the year. I know everybody loves Brendan Gleeson and Colin Farrell and various other duos this year, but for me, they can eat a sushi box together. They can walk outside in the rain. They can sit in an apartment and make noodles really late at night, or they could be at a fish market. That scene in which their significant others are there at that fish market, it is so tense and yet so steamy at the same token. I've never seen people stand on a mountain and then also stand separately on a beach and be as heartbroken as I was. I think that there's so many shots. Once again, I was sitting here going like, how did he pull that off? How did he do it? How does he do it? Mm-hmm. That's why he was my best director winner. That's why he's made a movie that, look, I understand you guys' concerns for the screenplay, but sometimes every year I just tell you, I don't give a crap. Like a movie just works for me fundamentally from the beginning, and I just vibe with it. And I think this movie is one that's going to slowly but surely just get better as the years go on. It's one of those that just, it freaking lingers, man. And so I was an emotional wreck. I was gobsmacked by this thing because it's such an achievement. And yeah, movies rule.
I really want to do a Park Chan-wook movie series now.
Yeah, it'd be really great. Just to talk about a guy that's delved in action and sort of suspense and everything, and yet this is so stripped down and so unlike him, and yet it's very like him because it has all those sensibilities that you would find in his other work. It's weirdly, it's like almost akin to like Stoker
evolution. Like it's weird to think that the guy who made Old Boy made Decision to Leave.
Yeah. But then it kind of makes sense.
In your face, maximalist, like provocative movie ever, and Decision to Leave is like very subdued.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
but also provocative in its own extraordinarily subtle way. It's a good filmmaker in my opinion.
Yeah, good at his job.
On to my number two, and my number two is from director Martin McDonagh, and it is The Banshees of Inisherin, a film that has already been mentioned multiple times this evening. And this film is just so complicated in its simplicity, right? I mean, if you talk about, I was actually talking about, we have a friend in town, and we were at dinner this evening, and she was asking me, what are your favorite movies of the year? And I said, well, this movie and The Banshees of Inisherin. And she's like, oh, I've seen that one on HBO Max. What's that about? Well, it's about two people who aren't friends anymore. It's like, that's the hook. The hook is that like one guy doesn't want to be friends with another guy anymore. And it's hard. It's a hard sell to somebody. It's not like, well, there's this.
I just don't want to be friends with you anymore.
Trying to conquer the world.
That's it.
And it's just like I don't want to.
It's hard to sell. Well, when you got a movie like, well, there's a Top Gun and Maverick goes to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, it's like there's these fighter pilots who are going on this mission. Mm-hmm. Great. Okay, I understand what that is. I've seen that movie before. This is a movie where one guy is like, I don't want to be your friend anymore, and the other guy's like, why? And he says, well,
poetry.
No reason.
Yeah. That's why. Music.
Although certainly
that's
as you
why.
go in, there are plenty of reasons as the movie goes on. It's just like, I just don't like you anymore. And it is that simplicity, I think, is really the magic of the movie, right? And within that simplicity lies so much clever irony, as well as contradictions between these characters. It's like nobody's wrong or right really in this scenario. And obviously, I gave Colin Farrell Best Actor of the Year. I said it was the performance of the year. His ability to kind of balance this incredibly, I think, smart material and in the body of this character who is, not necessarily the most clever individual, I think is a really wonderful tightrope act. And McDonough, who I think is prone to kind of falling over his own feet in his ambition with some of his scripts, here kind of just goes back to the basics, and one goes back to his home country, which I think is really where his strengths lie. And he's going back to Ireland, and it's all set on the backdrop of this Irish Civil War, which is, you know, what is the Irish Civil War about? You know, that there's this wonderful moment towards the end of the film where they're like, oh, what are they? I think the war is about to end. And, you know, they say, no, they'll find another reason to fight. And that's the movie. I mean, that's the movie. It's human nature to find reasons to not simply enjoy something. And McDonough is arguing, you know, am I depriving myself of happiness by involving myself so heavily in my art? Am I will my legacy be more everlasting if I make great art? Or is there more value in the present, in being present in the world around me? And it's a very deep question, a very simple question, but it is this idea of, you know, what is my presence in the world? What does my existence mean? Yeah. And there's you know what? I got to say, there's a lot to unpack there, believe it or not. You know, that sentence, it is about very little, but it is about absolutely everything. That's the magic of the Banshees of Inisherin. And I think it's such a provocative movie in that way, despite being this very contained film to set on this island who, you know, at first you're like, when does this take place? Does it take place yesterday? Does it take place in 1850? I can't really figure it out. I love that about it. The aesthetics are so...
and I do love how it tells us it's a simple shot of a calendar. That's all that it is.
Yeah. Yes, it is. It's great. I mean, there's so many things to unpack with this movie. I think it's far and away McDonough's best job of directing a film. I think he's really come a long way. He's always been a fantastic writer, but I think here he's really honed in. He's got the advantage of having these gorgeous landscapes for sure. But I think also he's really gained the ability of incredible subtlety, which is really where the strengths of this movie lie. It's a fantastic film that really had me. I left that movie in the movie theater saying, wow, that's the best movie I've seen in years. And then 3 days later, I saw it. That was a good week.
That just proves 2022 is a good year of films. At least it was for you. And I got to say, JD, to you specifically, I don't know what's going on here, but usually it's you and I are the ones that always agree on everything. But Jay, once again, I'm bouncing off that right directly. Banshees of Inisherin is my number 2 as well. We have more crossover than JD and I usually do, which is weird. This is weird.
Yeah.
It's so weird. But I'm with you, joining the consensus here that this is perhaps Martin McDonagh's best film. I love how you talk about the simplicity of the movie, Jay. It is a very simple story. Dare I say, kind of a dim-witted story. At least on the surface, it seems that way, but it is anything but. It is just proof that the less you overthink your concept, the more philosophical it has the potential to become. And that's what I love about the film. It's not trying to be any more fulfilling than just its simple concept, but it creates such complex fulfillment out of that. Because of that, it does feel like a more mature offering from McDonough. I do think this very much is a course correction after the closed-mindedness of 3 Billboards Outside Ebbing, Missouri. There is something beautifully relatable about the story here about what it means to simply pass the time in your life and what fulfills you specifically. Are you content with sharing life's mundanities with your closest friends, or do you need to leave that specific mark that others will love and recognize you for? There's nothing wrong with either of those. They're both a fine way to live as long as it's your fulfillment. And that's the heart of this disagreement between 2 friends here. So the simplicity of it, I think, is why it's so honest and real. It might not be tackling anything that any other directors have done in the past, but the strength here is that Martin McDonagh knows how to keep it sort of close-knit, and that's a strength. The strength of restraint is something we don't often talk about with films with these kind of topics, and I think it's wonderful.
Yeah, I completely agree. And as I noted earlier, and as Jay was talking about there, as well as you, Brennan. It's so fascinating to me, the philosophy of that movie. And that's what I love so much about its setting, being in this little isolated area.
Yeah.
And these two guys who seemingly come to a crossroads, and there is a literal crossroads in the film.
Yeah. It's so vast, so big, so open, so beautiful, and yet it's probably the most claustrophobic movie of the year.
Well, and it's interesting how complementary that setting is to this idea of living your life in mundanity and your perspective on that. It's easy to understand why these two come to the decisions they have, as far as one of them being very content with living this life of banality. As long as he has his friends, as long as they can go to the pub and hang out, that's fine. And another one is concerned with legacy and how that shapes his choices throughout the film. So I just love how all of that converges, and there is a simple quality to the conflict, but as you guys noted, it's certainly much more hefty than that, and there is a lot to think about. So I do love that duality there. Moving to my number 2 film of the year, it is Todd Fields' Tar.
I knew this one was coming up for you.
Lydia Tar. So I really do love this movie quite a bit. Cate Blanchett gives one of the best performances of the year. It's one of the best written films of the year. I do love Todd Fields' writing here, but I also love his direction. That's one thing. When we talked about this originally, Brennan, on that Patreon bonus content episode, I really emphasize the direction by Field. I think it's equally pivotal to this film working for 2 reasons, really, right? Because there are these jumps in time within the narrative, and if not handled diligently, not just from a writing perspective, but from a directional perspective, a lot of the storytelling could feel jumbled, and I don't think it does. It is very seamless in terms of getting us from one sequence to the other. And then there's, of course, what takes place early on in the film when she's giving that lecture at Juilliard, which is this one-take sequence. It's one shot. It's, 7 or 8 minutes long.
Yeah.
It's pretty riveting. That is then recontextualized later on in the film, but we saw it unfold in real time, so we know how it played out. And yet the way it's recontextualized later in the film, we know that to be a lie. So we know that Lydia is innocent in that moment, but then the film, because of how she reacts to certain things around her, how she treats other people around her, there's also a dubious to the character. So there's this incredible dichotomy at play with Lydia as it relates to how guilty or innocent is she. She's a little bit of both. And so we don't really know what to think about her. And I do love that abrasive quality throughout the film. I think Sophia Simonello in the last episode, in part 1, when we featured her voicemail, articulated it very well in terms of how abrasive she is and how Cate Blanchett plays up that commanding nature in the character. She's very confident. She knows what she wants. She knows what she's doing. She's not afraid to tell others what she thinks. And there are costs along the way when she is dealing with others in that regard. And it does make for this very rough around the edges character that I just find so captivating. It's absolutely captivating. And then you see what happens to her career. And I guess I won't get into it for spoiler reasons, but how that confidence is undermined is quite incredible. And then it leads to some of the funniest scenes of the entire year with the accordion. The final shot of the film is just, that reveal is unforgettable. It is so good.
The lyrics to that accordion song, too.
Yeah.
Your sister's dead.
It's so good. Yeah, it's so good. And as we talked about in that Patreon bonus content episode as well, I love that the concert that she is preparing for, which is much of the film, a lot of the movement of getting us from one scene to another, outside of the interview scene that takes place early on, so much of what happens here is her preparing for this big concert, and it is nothing but a red herring. That's all that it is. It's a MacGuffin
that has no reward.
Exactly. I love that. Certainly heightens a lot of the humor here as well. So yeah, I mean, everything from the direction of the film to the writing, the performances, it all coalesces into one of my favorite theater experiences of the year, easily. And I love it. So yeah, Tar, my number 2.
I have this at number 15 right now. And I say right now with the biggest right now I can think of, because this one will move around a lot. I think just given the kind of year that it was, and I was so moved by the emotionality of some of these other films that it was just something that was more up my alley. The more clinical and despondent nature of Tar just sort of maybe fell by the wayside a little bit for me, but it is something I love about that film. Its best quality is that it's so clinical and so calculated, if that makes sense. It's a movie I love thinking about and studying, especially given the topics at hand. I think it's really good at raising a conversation. And I think movies they need to do that more often, for sure.
I agree. Yeah, I agree. All right. Time for our number 1 movies of 2022. Ryan, what do you got, my friend?
Well, I mean, JD, that was really good words there for your number 2 film of the year. So I guess I should talk about my number 1 film of the year, which is the same thing, which is Todd Field's Tar. I agree with you. Cate Blanchett's amazing in this film. Todd Field's writing is extraordinary. One of my best screenplay of the year. Blanchett winning my actress. But I want to dance the mask. And I want to stand in front of public and God and obliterate myself the way Cate Blanchett describes this in the Juilliard scene to that student when it comes to cinema after watching this movie. This movie is a ride. And this movie, it just had me from the get-go. From those backwards credits, I was already thinking about the 6 different things that could possibly make Todd Field decide to want to do that. He was gone for 16 years.
Yeah.
16 years. I remember seeing In the Bedroom and Little Children and thinking, this is a good director. This is a guy that's got some great promise. And disappeared, vanished, like just like air. He disappeared, gone, never to return until now. And the screenplay that I mentioned is only 95 pages long. This movie is 2 hours and 40 minutes long. So obviously the director had to add a little bit of something in there.
Yeah.
There is this haunting eeriness about Tar that I have absolutely loved reading and seeing people dissect and have conversations about. I saw the film at Telluride, and I was in a room full of people, and Blanchett and Field and everybody were there. They introduced the film, and I get on the gondola, and everybody there has different opinions, different things as we're riding back into the main town of just what they feel about her as a character. Do they empathize with her? Is she a villain? Is she a hero? Is she nothing in between? Is she worth saving? Is she worth rooting for? There's so many different things. And I don't think that Todd Field sways it in any way. I think you are up to your own devices to decide whether you think Lydia Tarr deserves a second chance or not. Whether or not, even if she did anything wrong, or if she did so much wrong that she can never come back from what she does, especially considering the fact of what she talks about, which is essentially she is, if this was like what she's talking about with her mentor, if this was a man, it would be various different circumstances and various different things. And you can talk about the Me Too-ness about it. You can talk about the Juilliard scene. You can talk about one of my scenes of the year with Adam Gopnik and Time and all these different things. You can talk about all these different things. But then what's truly been special about this is then the secondary things you can start talking about, which are the things that when I was at other film festivals and other conversations with critics and all these different things throughout the year, is the second half of the film, once a certain reveal happens, is that even real? Is this a ghost story? Is this all made up in someone's head? Who is real and what is not real? What is the beginning of that sound? What does the ending all mean? All these different things. I just kind of sit there and I go, good Lord, I've seen this movie 3 times and I still have not unpacked every single ounce that is in this movie. And that is what I love about cinema, is that you go into a movie and you come back year after year after rewatch, and you find something new. And I have not felt like this since like seeing something that really shook me to my core many, many years ago, and that was There Will Be Blood.
Mm-hmm.
I strongly think that this sort of partnership between Field and Blanchett is that of a Daniel Day-Lewis and Paul Thomas Anderson. It is that cohesive as a team and as succinct and detailed as ever. Blanchett is 100% in the deep end with this performance. It is physical, emotional, you name it, she's doing it. I don't think it's over the top because at times there's moments of subtlety. I think of that scene at the massage parlor towards the end, which is absolutely just an acting class within itself right there. I think of, the final shot being hilarious, which calls back to the directors of Field's generation having this wicked sense of humor that I find to just be absolutely fascinating. It takes a lot to get supposedly Todd Field out of his barn to come and make a movie. But he had something to say. And I think that this has tapped into a lot of things that aren't just topical, but it's things that linger, again, on the zeitgeist as a whole and has a pulse that breathes longer than when you see the films and credits roll. So I think that Todd Field's film is a masterpiece, and it is the first masterpiece, genuinely the best film, not just of this year, of the decade. Can't stop thinking about it. I've owned this film on 4K. I've already watched it. I think it's just going to be a rewarding thing. And what's funny is, Brendan, you talked about this. Jay, you've talked about this with me. JD, you have it as your number 2. And Brendan, it was really funny you just mentioned this is a movie that can go up and down on your list.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
And Jay, I know that you really wanted to rewatch it because it could go higher or lower on your list or whatever. I think that that's what's going to be so great about this movie is that it's going to continue to either go up or down, or it's going to move around, but it's going to force you to keep coming back to it to be like, dang it. Does it go higher? Does it go a little lower? Does it stay right there? Where does this thing go? Where does it move? Because it's always in the back of your head. And I also think we don't talk enough about the film's sound and how eerie and horror-like it is. It's very much that. Sure. I just think there's so many things going on in this movie. We could do a seminar on this whole goddamn thing. That's how great it is. So, yeah, pretty damn special movie. Pulled out the M word. Don't care. It deserves it.
Okay.
Well, there you go. All right.
Love it.
Well, it's my number. Wait for it. 11. So just missed the list. On a rewatch, who knows? Maybe it goes to 5. Maybe it goes to 25. I have really no idea, but it is one that I am eagerly anticipating watching again. But that will move us to number 1 for me. It is a movie that each and every one of you has already talked about.
I wonder what it is.
And if you listen to
Moonfall.
our awards episode, you will not be surprised. It is Puss in Boots.
Knew it. I knew it.
Whatever the subtitle.
The Last
Wish.
No, it's The Fabelmans, and you hear about this movie, and we've had a bevy of these kind of movies where it's like I'm going to retell my childhood, and I'm going to emphasize the magic of the movies. And it's like, oh, well, Steven, you're already a pretty sentimental filmmaker. I don't know if you're really the guy to do that. And then you're like, oh, I'm going to call it The Fabelmans. All right, why don't you just call the family the McMovies? I mean, come on. It's a little on the nose.
McMovies.
And so it was all sort of, the deck was starting to kind of stack against it in my mind. And then, I go and see this thing, and it's just, Steven Spielberg, 21st century Spielberg is honestly just, I think deserves so much more credit than it kind of gets in general. No, he's not making E.T. anymore. No, he's not making Indiana Jones anymore. But he's making films with such incredible nuance and is really at the top of his craft. It is really magnificent what I think he's able to do with the camera at this point in his career, and especially how unburdened he feels by everything at this point in his career. Whether or not that continues will be interesting, considering how poorly this movie did financially. and hopefully he continues to get to do whatever he wants. He's Steven Spielberg. I feel like he'll probably be all right. But this film is not about the love of the movies. It's not about how much he enjoys making movies. It's about his relationship with his parents. It's about the tangled, difficult relationship that he has with movie making. It's a thorny movie. This is not a movie that is just about, wow, here's how I came to make movies and why I still love making them today. This is a movie about the battle that he has had with the creation of his films, with the idea of art. How much is he willing to put himself into his art, and at what cost? You look at kind of his family experience. It's this battle between the artistic and the practical. What value lies in the artistic, in the abstract? And it's about that discovery, and through the practice of the abstract, our main character here discovers the most devastating reveal of his entire life. And that creates this ghost, really, of a camera, this boogeyman that is now laying under his pillow, under his bed, that he can almost not grapple with, because at that point, the camera has become an albatross hanging around his neck. The idea of making movies reminds him of grief and distress and destruction. And when he finally decides to pick that camera back up, he realizes that he does have this intense adoration for the medium, an intense adoration for creating and collaborating. But there's always this lingering feeling of, how much of this is myself and how much of this is my instincts just sort of taking over. Where is my personality in this art? And does my desire to create good art in me bring the worst of me out, right? There's that incredible shot where I almost said Spielberg. It's Sammy's parents, Sammy Fabelman, also known as Steven Spielberg, where Sammy's parents are announcing their divorce to the family, and Sammy envisions himself how he would cinematically display this scene of them announcing their divorce to the family. And I think it is just one of the best shots in Steven Spielberg's entire career. And it kind of embodies his complicated relationship with the art of movie making. It's just an incredible film that, whether it was Steven Spielberg or not, whether it's just a person or not, I think it's an incredible achievement. Certainly when you add the meta elements of this being Steven Spielberg, it takes on a whole new layer of meaning. But
it still works without that. It still works on its own terms.
Absolutely, 100%. I absolutely agree with you. It's a film that, every single scene has 5 different things you could talk about. I think it's such an emotionally complex film. Tony Kushner, my understanding is that Tony Kushner was kind of he was a guardrail more than anything on this. This was pretty much Spielberg writing the script, because it is a very personal film. But having Kushner as a guardrail is not a bad thing, because he's one of the best writers in the entire world. So it's just one of the great cinematic partnerships. You have Janusz Kaminski doing his thing, and I think Spielberg and Kaminski have they've improved over time. I think some of Kaminski's cinematography can overwhelm his movies from the 90s and 2000s occasionally. I think now they found a perfect balance, and the tracking shots in this film, the use of lighting, which is Kaminski's kind of greatest asset and greatest liability, are immaculate here. I don't think there's any moment where it doesn't work. It's a marvelous work of cinema. It's my choice for the best film of the decade so far, and it's one that I've already watched this one 3 times in like a month.
That's how you do your homework, right?
I just watch this thing over and over again. Yeah, I've watched this thing a lot, and there's a lot to unpack in every collective 10 minutes of this movie. It's a wonder. I adore this movie.
And during our award show, when we did our personal awards, I'll just spoil this now. I had one of my personal awards as Best Movie of the Year about the exploitation of movies featuring a monkey. And surprisingly, there were more than one. One of them was The Fabelmans.
There's a lot.
The other one is my number one movie of the year, and that's Jordan Peele's Nope, which was actually kind of a surprise for me when it wasn't until I gave it a rewatch where I thought, this might be my favorite movie of the year. I'm not even really sure why I feel like I need to put it as my number one. It's just something that my heart keeps telling me to do.
Yes, good.
I'm just trusting the gut here. I think I have this as my number one for simply being the most exciting and unpredictable experience I had at the movies in 2022. And it's a film I'm most looking forward to rewatching out of all of these. And to prove this, I watched this film 3 times. The first rewatch I did, so the second time I saw it, was in preparation for this specific episode. And I instantly, the next day, watched it again. I had the 48-hour rental. I had the ability to do it again. And even that third time, I still felt like I was experiencing it for the first time. It falls into that category where it almost feels like a different movie every time I see it, which is kind of ironic because for a film that I'd love to revisit this often, isn't that what the film is kind of commenting on? Our obsession with turning fear and tragedy like this into spectacle, and yet that's exactly what I'm doing by putting it as my number one, so maybe I'm kind of in on the joke in some ways, but the fact of the matter is, it felt like a different movie every time. I know it won't be for everyone in the sense that I had my parents watch this. I first recommended The Banshees of Inisherin. They loved it. They hated Nope. They couldn't stand this movie whatsoever. Like all they said was, it's stupid. It makes no sense. And I just couldn't help but laugh. And then I tried to explain it to them, and their reaction was, it's stupid. It's all they had to say about it. It's unfortunate because I do think there is an accessibility to the filmmaking here. There's something very exciting about it. At the same time, too, just looking at it from that lens of spectacle, there are at least 7 or 8 scenes here that I just want to rewatch over and over again. So as far as giving me scenes and moments to rewatch, I feel the urge to give it to Nope. It might not stay there. You know, this is probably the loosest top 10 I've ever done. This could fluctuate in a couple days, weeks, months, whatever. But as of this moment, Nope is my favorite movie of the year. And it didn't start out that way. It was nice to see it make that jump.
I love that pick.
More like, yep.
More like, I wasn't going to do it, but yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm surprised. That's a great surprise. You know, usually throughout the years when we've done this, I've kind of envisioned, and I already know what Jay's is kind of ahead of time, and JD I can get through his passion and usually what he cries the most through. But when, and tell me I'm wrong, JD. Usually the hashtag JD tears are a good indicator to that. But when it comes to you, Brendan, I usually get that through your passion for something, and then. But this year, it was kind of a blank slate for me. I knew you loved Moon Age Daydream, so when that wasn't number one, I kind of was like on the edge of my seat, kind of trying to figure out what it was going to be. And when you said Nope here, this is the most pleasantly surprised I've been throughout this entire endeavor. This
it's a good
last
movie.
2 days,
good movie.
It's a really good movie.
Yeah, I didn't see that coming. I agree with Ryan. I did not see that coming.
Good stuff.
Good film.
All right. Yeah. Good stuff. Nope. Very good film. Love to hear that as your number one, Brendan. As we get to my number one, this, if you've been doing the math, will come as no surprise. But my number one here is what I consider to be the best directed film of the year. It is Charlotte Wells' After Sun. I also had this nominated for Best Screenplay, Best Actor, Cinematography, Closing Scene of the Year, and Use of Song. I also noted in part one, and I talked about this last week when talking about best scenes of the year, the sophistication of this film is astounding to me. I refuse to believe that this is a directorial debut. And to speak to what you're saying there, Ryan, yes, there is a pathos to this film. I was moved by it, but that's not ultimately why it sits here at my number one. I would argue, and I did argue this when we reviewed it here on the show some weeks ago, that the melancholy of this film kind of sneaks up on you.
Yeah.
It's not a film that is lingering in overt emotion the entire time. It really isn't. Most of that emotion, the knockout punch, if you will, really comes in those final moments.
Mm-hmm.
But what I love so much about this film is, and maybe this is credence to what Jay was talking about earlier, in that the merriment here of theme and characterization and the craft is incredible to me. This film is unbelievable, and not just how it looks, the use of the camera, which I've talked to death by now, I just find phenomenal. The music, the little score that is here, but also the use of a needle drop near the end of the film. Everything about this film from a craft perspective, I think, is immaculate. And then you couple that with this being about a daughter reconciling with her memories of her father and a father trying his damnness to hide this sorrow that he has from her. And ironically enough, while they are on a vacation, of all places, you're on a vacation. It's supposed to be this moment of relaxation and camaraderie and togetherness. And it is that. It very much is that in many ways. But Callum is a man who is struggling internally with this sadness. And in every scene, he's trying his best to not let the baggage that he carries carry on to her. And as a result, when you couple that with Sophie and what we learn about her and how she's so alert to the camera throughout a lot of this film, she has a camera and she's filming their vacation. And in a way that I did not expect, this almost functions very similarly to something like The Fabelmans, where art and family converge to help someone understand something they did not before.
Using cameras in some ways to try and capture that.
Exactly.
There's a lot of that symbol going on here.
And that's what I love so much about the structure of this film, that later in life, we see Sophie as a young woman in her 20s, and she's watching this footage that she had filmed when she was a child, and it becomes this coping mechanism, this cipher in which to wrestle with not just her memories of her father, but what drove her sorrow. She's trying to tap into that psyche a little bit when, as a young child, as an 11-year-old, as she is in this film, she couldn't quite understand the gravity of what her father was going through. And this being the last time that she saw him, that they got to spend time together. It is so tender and moving, but so nuanced and human. And I want to highlight a few scenes where I think all of this coalesces into something so incredible. There's the karaoke moment near the end of the film that I think is so devastating. And again, the simple camera work that I think is incredible, where it's just this stationary shot on Sophie, this close up where she sings the song, and it really doesn't cut. It's just her singing the song the whole time. And yet it is one of the best shot sequences I saw this year. There's also that moment early on in the film where Callum is comforting her as they're laying there on their hotel bed, and he's gracefully brushing her hair. The under pressure moment, of course. I also think about that moment where they come back from having this great day, this great time together, and Sophie starts talking about how when you have a great day, you come home and you just feel exhausted and down. And Callum can only muster, well, we're here to have a good time, knowing that his inner turmoil is very much relating to that moment, but he can't let his looming despair give credence to that idea for her because he doesn't want her to feel the same way. So he says, yeah, we're here to have a good time. And he looks at himself in the mirror and spits out this toothpaste at him as in disgust that he feels that way, but he doesn't want her to feel that way. It's just incredible craftsmanship, the way that whole sequence is shot, the way that it is edited there. And then one of the best scenes of the year, as far as I'm concerned, the hotel TV scene, which I just cannot get over the brilliance of that in terms of composition and framing. This whole film is about reflection. As I noted, Sophie reflecting on this time in her life through the camera, this film that she had made. And in this scene, it is her asking a question to her father, forcing him to reflect back when he was 11 And he tells a story where, a heartbreaking story, where his family forgot that it was his birthday.
Yep.
He had no 11th birthday, essentially. It's absolutely devastating. And when he asked to turn off Sophie's camera, what do we see is the reflection of the mirror in the glass on the TV reflecting back onto them as they sit there on the bed and have this conversation. It is absolutely brilliant symbolism, brilliant cinematography. And the more I think about this movie, the more I just come around to that idea that you've been preaching, Brendan, as far as over direction, over cinematography. And look, a lot of the time that can be great. We've had many examples throughout this entire show, but sometimes that simplicity is the best. And I think that is absolutely the case here with After Sun. It is the best cinematography I've seen all year. It is some of the best acting I've seen all year. I just cannot fathom how great Charlotte Wells' direction is here, how she structures this film. And even though it's a debut, and we've seen this trend as far as filmmakers using their childhood to tap into cinema, this isn't necessarily a traditional use of that, but it very much falls under that umbrella, and I think is probably the best version of it we've seen so far.
It's so ambiguous about it, though. It doesn't wear that on its sleeve, or Charlotte Wells isn't quite wearing it on its sleeve. It almost feels like the film can be about anything, which is that might be a bit of a hyperbolic way to sell its ambiguities, but in many ways it isn't, because that's something I really appreciate about it. There is a universality to it.
It's also using a very unromantic type of camera, right? It's like the movie that you had at your birthday party when you were 6.
Yeah.
And I think that's a pretty brilliant touch.
Yeah, I completely agree. I just love how all of that converges here, ending with that airport sequence. And that's where the hashtag JDTers really came in to play. There is maybe a lingering subtle pathos, but most of the emotion really comes at that airport sequence at the end. And my God, it gobsmacked me. Really, really great stuff. One of the best endings of the year, hands down for sure. So yeah, After Sun, easily my favorite film of 2022.
Good movie.
All right, let's get to honorable mentions. So here's where we will lay out our 11 through 20. Ryan, kick things off.
Yeah, my number 11 is Noah Baumbach's White Noise. I think that it might be my new favorite Baumbach film.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I really
even more
really
than Marriage Story.
Yeah. Oh,
sorry.
Miles better than that. You shouldn't open up that can of worms. You are picking violence tonight.
I'm taking those shears. I'm taking those lovely shears and poking everyone with it.
Man, really are. But no, I really, really responded to White Noise. Great Freedom is my number 12. Sarah Doza's Fire of Love, my best documentary of the year winner, is my number 13. Top Gun Maverick, number 14. Marcel the Shell with Shoes On is my number 15. Joanna Hogg's The Eternal Daughter sits at my number 16. Ryan Johnson's Glass Onion sits at number 17. Matt Reeves' The Batman lives at number 18 for me. Number 19 is Luca Guadagnino's Bones and All. And my number 20 film.
Movie.
No, I like Bones and All. It was Jay that was a little bit more lukewarm on that one than it is me. He didn't like it. He didn't like it as much as me.
I just remember you guys having a conversation about its performances, and I'm going, I think they're talking me into the performances.
Rylance's performance.
He had a problem with Rylance and Chalamet.
Turns out Ryan was like, Mark Rylance's performance in Bones and All?
It's great. I don't know why you guys all didn't nominate it like I did. And my number 20 film of the year is let's pick through 700 films pretty much that you love. But I settled on no, I did not settle on Avatar: The Way of Water. I settled on David Cronenberg's Crimes of the Future. And that's what I settled on.
All right. My 11 through 20. I've got Tar at number 11. It's been talked about to death. I've got Apollo 10.5, my favorite animated film of the year, at number 12. Broker is my number 13. Love that movie. I have White Noise at 14. I have the Netflix documentary Senior at number 15, my favorite documentary of the year. I've got the foreign film Official Competition, I think a really underrated film, at number 16. The documentary All the Beauty and the Bloodshed at number 17. Women Talking at 18. Really undersung film Benediction at number 19. And my number 20, my favorite Baz Luhrmann film, Elvis.
Wow.
Okay.
All right. A lot of these I mentioned already throughout this entire conversation because they may have ended up on someone else's top 10. But to recap any of them, as well as some newcomers here, 11, I have Hit the Road. At number 12, Everything Everywhere All at Once. Number 13, Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio. Number 14, The Eternal Daughter. Number 15, Tar. Number 16, Pixar's Turning Red. At number 17, All Quiet on the Western Front. 18, Top Gun Maverick. 19, Apollo 10.5, A Space Age Childhood. And RRR rounds out my top 20.
All right. Yes, 8 of these I have mentioned in one capacity or another over these last few hours. But to reiterate it, number 11 for me is Pinocchio, Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio specifically. At number 12 for me is RRR. At number 13 is Women Talking. 14 is Babylon. 15 is Jordan Peele's Nope. 16 is Marcel, The Show with Shoes On. Number 17, Decision to Leave. 18 is The Batman. And number 19 is Broker. And yes, I'm going for it. Suck on it, Ryan. Number 20 is Avatar, The Way of Water.
Someone had to do it.
I like the movie.
I went for it. I know, I'm just kidding.
It's my number 26 of the year. That's really good.
That is really good.
All right, I've got our composite top 10. You want to hear it?
Yeah, let's do this.
Very anticlimactic here. We got a tie at number 1 between The Fabelmans and Banshees of Inisherin. And then we have a tie at number 3, Tar and Nope.
Yeah.
So those are the top 4. Number 5, Decision to Leave. 6, All Quiet on the Western Front. 7, Top Gun Maverick. 8, The Northman. Shout out to us. Good call. 9, After Sun. And 10, me and Brendan, shout out, Babylon. Let's ride.
There you have it, folks. The 10 official objective best movies of 2022.
Correct.
All right.
Correct. We've done the math. This is a large sample size.
All right. Before we wind down here, though, we do have one more final voicemail to listen to. You're going to want to listen to him. It is Adam Kempenaar from Film Spotting. Adam, your number 1 movie of 2022.
Hey, JD and Brendan. Adam Kempenaar from Film Spotting. There's a scene in my favorite film of the year, After Sun, where Sophie, a young girl on vacation at a resort with her father, is singing karaoke. REM's Losing My Religion, a huge hit in the early 90s when the movie takes place. There are many lines that resonate, none more so than the part Film Spotting producer Sam Van Halgren chose for his Letterboxd blurb. But that was just a dream, dream. Dreamy or dreamlike are words that get thrown around a lot with movies, usually to describe their logic. But After Sun is rare in the way first-time writer-director Charlotte Wells truly evokes the feeling that these events are unfolding within a subliminal space, somewhere between memory and the unconscious. We sense that even before Wells makes us explicitly aware that it's the older Sophie who is, in effect, mining this memory and the camcorder footage she has from the trip in search of clues, answers about the real nature of her father's identity and hers. The camera floats and spies odd or unconventional details of the characters and their surroundings. Virtually every film involves a character seeking something. I don't know of any film where the act of seeking is so completely and beautifully embedded into its structure and aesthetic as After Sun. You can hear more about After Sun and many more of the year's best in Film Spotting's Top 10 Movies of 2022 Roundtable, featuring myself, Josh Larson, and our guests Michael Phillips and Mariah Gates. It's available wherever you get your podcasts. Guys, a pleasure as always to be included. All the best in the new year.
At least Adam knows what it's like to be me. And picking
Hey, I
After
felt
Sun.
that way last year when he had Petite Maman as his number 1.
That's true. It is so funny. I've listened to Film Spotting so much that I feel like I share brains with him as much as I do you, Brendan, because after I finalized my list, I did finally go back and listen to their top 10 show, and his top 10 was so similar to mine in many ways.
Yeah.
Not Certainly did not plan that, but worked out really hilariously so. But thank you to Adam and everyone that left us messages over the course of this episode. Thank you to everyone for sticking it out all the way here to the end. That is it for the 2022 InSession Film Awards, our top 10 movies of the year, which will change in a week. But for now,
couple days, a week. What are you talking about? A couple hours?
All that I ask, because it is going to take a lot of work to edit and get this show up, that you don't change anything till next week. That's all that I ask.
I'm gonna write my post on the website, and it's gonna be like Tar will be number one now. All
different.
of a sudden,
Yeah.
it'll be all different.
Redacted, edited.
Thank you to everyone for listening to the InSession Film Awards this year. Again, thanks to all of our friends for leaving us voicemails and messages. Thanks to my lovely panel. And with that, we will transition into the new year, into 2023. We'll talk about our most anticipated films of the new year on next week's show. So stay tuned for all of that. Thanks for listening, everybody. We will see you next time on the InSession Film Podcast.